Hello, and welcome. Before we begin, I'd love to know where in the world you're listening from. Whether it's a quiet evening in the United States, a rainy afternoon somewhere in England, an early morning in Australia, or the middle of the night anywhere else across the globe, thank you for spending this time here. If you enjoy slow-paced history and science documentaries, consider subscribing and leaving a comment to tell me what topics you'd like to explore next. I genuinely enjoy reading where everyone is watching from, and it's always fascinating to see how many different countries gather around a shared curiosity about human history. Now, settle into a comfortable place. Take a slow breath. Tonight, we are traveling backward, not hundreds of years, not thousands, but hundreds of millions of years, to search for an answer that has quietly shaped every human civilization, every family, every love story, and every generation that has ever walked across this planet. Why do human beings fall in love? Why does one face seem unforgettable while another passes unnoticed? Why does the brain release powerful emotions when two strangers meet? And why did evolution preserve these feelings instead of replacing them with something simpler? The answers are older than language itself. Long before the first city was built, before kings ruled kingdoms, before pyramids rose from deserts, before ancient philosophers debated the meaning of life, the foundations of attraction had already been written into living organisms through countless generations of evolution. What may surprise many people is that the story of love does not begin with humans. It does not even begin with mammals. To understand why people experience attraction today, science asks us to imagine a world almost impossible to recognize. Imagine an Earth with no birds singing, no forests, no flowers, no mammals, and certainly no humans. More than 3.5 billion years ago, life existed only as microscopic organisms drifting through ancient oceans. These early forms of life possessed no emotions, no thoughts, and no awareness. Their only task was remarkably simple: survive long enough to reproduce. For an unimaginably long period, reproduction was uncomplicated. A single organism copied its own genetic material and divided into two identical descendants. Scientists call this asexual reproduction. It was efficient. It required no partner, no attraction, no courtship, no competition. Yet this simple strategy carried an invisible weakness. Because each generation was almost identical to the one before it, harmful environmental changes or new diseases could threaten entire populations. Genetic variation remained limited, leaving little opportunity for natural selection to strengthen future generations. Over immense stretches of evolutionary time, another strategy slowly appeared. Instead of copying themselves exactly, certain organisms began combining genetic material from two individuals before creating offspring. Today we know this process as sexual reproduction. To modern humans it may seem ordinary, but in evolutionary history, it represented one of the most significant biological innovations ever to occur. By mixing genes from two parents, populations produced offspring with greater genetic diversity. Some inherited combinations that made them slightly better at surviving disease, adapting to changing climates, or finding food. Generation after generation, natural selection favored this diversity. The famous evolutionary biologist Charles Darwin later recognized that survival alone could not explain all biological traits. Some characteristics appeared to exist not because they directly improved survival, but because they increased an individual's chances of reproducing. This observation eventually became known as sexual selection. Suddenly, evolution was no longer only about escaping predators or enduring harsh winters. It also became about being chosen. Across countless species, entirely new behaviors began emerging. Brilliant feathers, complex songs, carefully choreographed dances, remarkable displays of strength. None of these existed merely for beauty. Each represented information. Each communicated something important about health, genetics, energy, or the ability to survive difficult conditions. In other words, attraction gradually became a biological language. Long before humans spoke words, nature had already invented signals. Those signals spread throughout the living world in astonishing ways. The magnificent tail of a peacock appears extravagant, even inconvenient. Carrying such elaborate feathers makes flying more difficult and increases visibility to predators. Yet females often prefer males with the largest and healthiest displays. From an evolutionary perspective, surviving despite such a costly feature may indicate exceptional health and strong genetic quality. Biologists sometimes describe this as an honest signal. The same principle appears in countless species. Birds sing, frogs call, fireflies flash, deer compete. Every behavior serves one purpose: communicating biological information to potential mates. Humans inherited the same evolutionary process, but our story became far more complex. Unlike many animals, humans evolved unusually large brains. Those brains allowed memory, imagination, planning, language, cooperation, and culture to grow together. Eventually, attraction became more than biology. It became intertwined with emotion. It became connected to trust, to family, to long-term partnership, to storytelling, to music, to art, to poetry, to promises, to heartbreak, and to hope. Modern neuroscience now shows that the feelings people describe as love involve networks spread throughout the brain rather than a single love center. Chemical messengers, including dopamine, oxytocin, vasopressin, serotonin, and many others, help coordinate motivation, attachment, reward, memory, and social bonding. But these remarkable systems did not suddenly appear. They were built gradually through millions of years of evolution. Every heartbeat during moments of excitement, every smile shared between partners, every parent's instinct to protect a child, every emotional bond connecting families across generations. Each carries echoes of evolutionary history reaching far beyond recorded civilization. The remarkable truth is that what many people experience as one of life's most personal emotions is also connected to one of biology's oldest and most successful survival strategies. And as our journey continues, we will discover that the earliest ancestors of humanity unknowingly began shaping the emotional world we still experience today, millions of years before the first human ever looked into another person's eyes and wondered what love truly meant. Millions of years passed so slowly that no living creature could have measured them. Entire oceans changed. Continents drifted apart. Mountain ranges rose from the Earth's surface only to be worn down again by wind and rain. Species appeared, flourished for countless generations, and quietly disappeared into extinction without leaving behind anything more than a few fossilized traces buried beneath layers of stone. Evolution, unlike human history, never moved with urgency. It had no deadlines, no master plan, only countless small changes, accumulating over extraordinary lengths of time. By roughly 540 million years ago, during what scientists call the Cambrian explosion, Earth's oceans experienced one of the greatest bursts of biological diversity ever known. Organisms that had remained relatively simple for billions of years suddenly evolved into an astonishing variety of forms. Some developed eyes, others evolved jaws. Some became swift hunters, others perfected camouflage. Natural selection rewarded every successful innovation. Yet another quiet competition was unfolding alongside survival itself. It was no longer enough simply to stay alive. An organism also had to leave descendants. If two individuals survived equally well, but one produced more offspring, its genes would gradually become more common in future generations. This simple principle became one of evolution's greatest driving forces. Charles Darwin later described this process as sexual selection, recognizing that survival and reproduction often shaped evolution together. Many animals began displaying characteristics that seemed almost extravagant: brilliant colors, elaborate feathers, complex songs, unexpected dances. At first glance, some of these traits appeared wasteful. Why would evolution encourage a peacock to grow a tail so enormous that escaping predators became more difficult? Why would tiny birds spend precious energy singing long, complicated melodies every morning? The answer lies in communication. These displays told potential mates something important. Only healthy individuals with sufficient energy could afford such costly ornaments or behaviors. In biology, these are often described as honest signals, traits that reliably indicate an individual's overall condition because they are difficult to fake. This pattern appears throughout the natural world. Male bowerbirds spend weeks collecting colorful objects to decorate intricate structures called bowers. They carefully arrange shells, berries, flowers, feathers, even pieces of glass in modern environments, creating remarkable displays designed to attract females. The female does not choose randomly. She observes. She compares. She evaluates. Her decision influences which genes continue into the next generation. Among red deer, males compete physically during the breeding season. Massive antlers collide. Roars echo across valleys. Strength becomes information. Victory often provides greater access to mates. In many songbird species, females appear to prefer males capable of producing longer or more complex songs. Scientists believe these performances may reflect neurological development, learning ability, and physical health. Again, attraction serves as communication, not perfection, not beauty for its own sake, but information accumulated through millions of years of natural selection. Humans inherited this ancient biological framework, yet something extraordinary happened during our own evolutionary journey. Our ancestors did not rely solely on displays of physical strength. They began depending upon cooperation. This shift changed everything. Around 7 million years ago, the evolutionary line leading toward modern humans separated from that of chimpanzees. Our earliest ancestors were not especially large. They lacked sharp claws. They possessed no protective armor. Compared with many predators, they appeared remarkably vulnerable. Their greatest advantage was neither speed nor strength. It was intelligence growing alongside social cooperation. Over millions of years, early hominins gradually adopted upright walking. Bipedalism freed the hands. Hands built tools. Tools transformed survival. Stone cutting implements allowed access to food sources unavailable to many competitors. Eventually, fire expanded diets further. Cooking increased the amount of usable energy obtained from food. Larger brains demanded enormous energy supplies. In fact, although the human brain represents only about 2% of body weight, it consumes roughly 20% of the body's resting energy. Maintaining such an organ required profound evolutionary changes. As brains expanded, childhood also became longer. Human infants entered the world unusually helpless compared with many other mammals. A newborn horse can stand within hours. A newborn giraffe quickly learns to walk. Human babies require years of protection before reaching independence. This developmental pattern reshaped relationships between adults. Children survived more successfully when multiple caregivers cooperated. Parents, grandparents, siblings, and extended communities all contributed. Researchers studying hunter-gatherer societies often describe humans as cooperative breeders because raising children typically involves far more than two individuals alone. This cooperative lifestyle encouraged long-term social bonds. Love, attachment, trust, and emotional connection gradually became more valuable. These emotions were not separate from evolution. They became part of evolution strategy. Individuals capable of forming stable partnerships often improved the survival chances of their offspring. Across generations, biological systems supporting attachment became increasingly important. This does not mean every ancient human formed lifelong relationships. Anthropologists emphasize that human mating systems have always shown remarkable diversity. Different societies developed different customs depending upon environment, resources, population size, and cultural traditions. Some practiced monogamy. Others accepted various forms of polygamy. Still others organized family life through complex kinship structures unfamiliar to modern observers. Culture influenced behavior. Biology provided possibilities rather than rigid rules. Meanwhile, another remarkable transformation unfolded inside the human brain. Rather than responding only to immediate opportunities for reproduction, humans evolved the capacity to imagine future relationships. Memory became deeply connected with emotion. A familiar face could produce comfort. A trusted voice could reduce fear. Shared experiences strengthened cooperation. Gradually, attraction expanded beyond simple biological signals. Humans began recognizing kindness, generosity, reliability, humor, creativity, intelligence. These qualities carried survival value within increasingly social communities. Someone who cooperated well during difficult seasons might become a better long-term partner than someone relying only upon physical strength. Modern evolutionary psychology continues investigating these questions, although scientists remain careful not to oversimplify human behavior. There is no universal formula explaining every relationship. Genes influence us. Culture influences us. Personal experience influences us. Individual personality influences us. All interact continuously throughout life. One fascinating discovery is that humans possess unusually expressive faces compared with many mammals. Subtle movements around the eyes, mouth, eyebrows, and cheeks communicate emotions almost instantly. Without speaking a single word, people can often recognize happiness, fear, sadness, surprise, or anger. These expressions likely strengthen cooperation among early human groups. Understanding another person's emotional state improved survival. Empathy itself became adaptive. Imagine a small community living hundreds of thousands of years ago. Food is scarce. Weather is unpredictable. Predators remain nearby. Every decision carries risk. Trusting the wrong individual could prove dangerous. Trusting the right one might help everyone survive another season. Under these conditions, emotional intelligence became as valuable as physical ability. Love, friendship, parental care, and social loyalty gradually formed the invisible architecture supporting human civilization long before cities, governments, or written language ever existed. These emotional capacities would eventually inspire myths, religions, literature, music, paintings, and philosophies across every continent. Yet before any civilization recorded poems about love, another invisible revolution was already taking place. Deep within the human nervous system, billions of neurons were evolving increasingly sophisticated ways to transform simple biological survival into the rich emotional experiences that people today call attraction, affection, longing, and devotion. And that hidden story begins inside the remarkable organ resting quietly behind every human pair of eyes, the brain. The human brain weighs only about 3 pounds. You could hold one in your hands. It would seem surprisingly ordinary, soft, folded, and delicate. Yet inside that remarkable organ, nearly 86 billion neurons communicate through trillions of connections, creating every memory, every dream, every fear, every idea, and every emotion that has ever existed in a human life. When people speak about love, they often describe it as something that comes from the heart. Poets have written about hearts for thousands of years. Ancient civilizations believed emotions lived within the chest. Even today, we place a hand over our heart when speaking about affection or loss. But modern neuroscience tells a different story. The racing heartbeat is not where love begins. It is where the body responds. The experience itself is orchestrated inside the brain. Understanding this was not easy. For much of human history, people had no way of observing the living brain in action. Physicians could study anatomy after death, but they could not watch thoughts, emotions, or decisions unfold inside a living person. Only during the late 20th century, with technologies such as functional magnetic resonance imaging, better known as fMRI, and positron emission tomography, or PET scans, did scientists begin observing which regions of the brain become more active during different emotional experiences. These discoveries transformed our understanding of attraction. Researchers found that love is not controlled by a single love center. Instead, it emerges from a network of brain regions working together, each contributing a different part of the experience. Some areas evaluate rewards. Others process memories. Some recognize faces. Others help regulate emotions, motivation, attention, and decision-making. Together, they create something that feels seamless, even though it is built from countless biological processes occurring every second. One of the first stages of attraction often begins with attention. Out of hundreds of faces in a crowded room, one person may capture your focus. Why? Scientists have spent decades investigating this question. There is no universal answer, but research suggests that the brain rapidly evaluates many subtle features at once. Facial symmetry, movement, voice, expression, familiarity, even scent, though people are often unaware of its influence. Within fractions of a second, the brain begins constructing an impression. This happens largely outside conscious awareness. You do not instruct your brain to notice someone. It simply does. From there, another remarkable system becomes involved. Deep inside the brain lies a collection of structures known collectively as the reward system. This network evolved long before humans existed. Its original purpose was simple: encourage behaviors essential for survival. Finding nutritious food, drinking water, learning useful skills, building social relationships. Whenever these activities proved beneficial, the brain released chemical messengers that increased motivation and reinforced behavior. Among the most well-known of these chemicals is dopamine. Dopamine is often misunderstood as the pleasure chemical. In reality, neuroscientists describe it more accurately as a chemical involved in motivation, learning, expectation, and reward prediction. It helps answer an important question: is this worth paying attention to again? When something unexpectedly positive happens, dopamine activity often increases. The brain remembers. It learns. It becomes more motivated to repeat behaviors associated with that experience. This system has served animals for hundreds of millions of years. Without it, survival would become far more difficult. Humans inherited this ancient biological machinery, but applied it to increasingly complex social lives. A meaningful conversation, a shared laugh, a familiar smile, acts of kindness. These experiences can activate reward pathways because strong social bonds have long contributed to survival throughout human evolution. Scientists studying romantic attraction have observed increased activity in several reward-related regions during the early stages of love. Interestingly, these same systems are also involved in curiosity, goal-directed behavior, and learning. This may help explain why new relationships often feel mentally absorbing. People think frequently about someone they have recently met. Memories become vivid. Attention narrows. Small interactions seem unusually significant. The brain is actively learning. It is gathering information. Yet dopamine tells only part of the story. Another remarkable chemical enters the picture: oxytocin. Often called the bonding hormone, oxytocin has received considerable scientific attention over the past several decades. It is released during various forms of close social interaction, including affectionate touch, childbirth, and breastfeeding. Its effects are complex. Rather than simply creating affection, oxytocin appears to strengthen social bonding under appropriate circumstances. Parents often experience elevated oxytocin levels while caring for newborn children. This helps reinforce caregiving behaviors that improve infant survival. From an evolutionary perspective, such attachment provides enormous advantages. Human babies require years of protection. A biological system encouraging parents to remain emotionally invested increases the likelihood that children survive to adulthood. Oxytocin also appears during many forms of positive social interaction between adults. Researchers continue exploring exactly how it influences trust, cooperation, empathy, and attachment. The story is far more complicated than early headlines suggested. Modern neuroscience emphasizes that hormones rarely produce single, predictable effects. Instead, they interact with personality, previous experiences, environment, and countless other biological systems. Another important chemical is serotonin. Unlike dopamine, serotonin contributes to mood regulation, emotional stability, sleep, appetite, and many other essential functions. Some studies suggest that serotonin activity may change during the earliest stages of romantic attraction, although scientists continue investigating exactly how these changes influence behavior. Then there is vasopressin. Although less familiar to the public, vasopressin has become especially interesting to researchers studying long-term social bonds. Experiments involving prairie voles, a small rodent species famous for forming relatively stable pair bonds, revealed that vasopressin plays an important role in maintaining social attachment in males. These discoveries do not mean humans behave exactly like prairie voles. Far from it. But such studies help scientists understand how evolution has conserved certain biological systems across different mammals. Humans remain far more influenced by culture, personal values, language, and conscious decision-making than any other known species. Perhaps the most remarkable discovery is that biology does not eliminate choice. It provides tendencies, not destiny. Two people may experience similar hormonal changes while responding in completely different ways based upon upbringing, beliefs, experiences, and individual personality. The brain constantly integrates biology with life experience. Consider memory. Every meaningful relationship becomes linked to countless memories stored across different regions of the brain. A particular song, the smell of fresh rain, a familiar street, an old photograph. Years later, these ordinary details can instantly reactivate emotional memories because the brain naturally connects experiences that occur together. This ability allowed our ancestors to remember safe people, dangerous individuals, reliable allies, and trusted family members. Memory became inseparable from emotion. Another region, the prefrontal cortex, deserves special attention. Located just behind the forehead, it represents one of the most highly developed parts of the human brain. It helps regulate judgment, planning, impulse control, and long-term decision-making. Unlike many animals, humans can evaluate immediate desires against future consequences. This ability transformed relationships. People could form commitments extending years, even decades, into the future. Promises became meaningful because the brain could imagine tomorrow. Civilizations eventually built entire institutions around this uniquely human capacity. Marriage, families, communities, inheritance, social responsibility, all depended not only upon emotion, but upon planning, cooperation, and shared expectations. By combining ancient biological systems with advanced cognitive abilities, the human brain created something extraordinary. Love became far more than an instinct. It became intertwined with memory, morality, culture, imagination, and identity. Yet despite all our modern understanding, one profound mystery remains. Why do certain qualities consistently appear attractive across cultures, while others vary dramatically from one society to another? To answer that question, we must follow evolution once again, not into the brain this time, but into the changing landscapes where our ancestors survived, adapted, and unknowingly shaped humanity's enduring ideas of beauty and attraction. Imagine standing on the wide grasslands of Eastern Africa nearly 200,000 years ago. There are no cities stretching across the horizon, no roads, no electric lights, no written language, only open savannas, scattered trees, distant rivers, and groups of early Homo sapiens moving carefully across a landscape shared with lions, leopards, hyenas, elephants, and countless other animals. Every day begins with uncertainty. Will there be enough food? Will the weather change? Will another group be friendly or hostile? Will everyone return safely before nightfall? In this world, appearance was never simply about appearance. It was information. Long before mirrors existed, the human body quietly carried clues about health, age, nutrition, strength, and the ability to survive. Evolution did not create beauty as an artistic idea. Instead, natural selection favored the ability to recognize signals that often correlated with reproductive health and overall fitness. Modern evolutionary biology suggests that many physical preferences developed because they helped our ancestors make decisions in environments where reliable information was limited. A healthy appearance could indicate a lower likelihood of disease. Strong posture could suggest physical capability. Clear skin often reflected freedom from certain infections or nutritional deficiencies. These were never guarantees. They were probabilities. The human brain became remarkably skilled at noticing tiny details without conscious effort. Researchers studying facial perception have discovered that people can form first impressions in less than a second. Before someone even speaks, the brain has already processed countless pieces of visual information. The distance between the eyes, the shape of the jaw, the movement of facial muscles, the direction of the gaze, the symmetry of facial features. Symmetry has fascinated scientists for decades. Perfect symmetry is extremely rare in nature, including among humans. Nearly every face has small differences between its left and right sides. Yet studies conducted in multiple countries have found that people often rate more symmetrical faces as somewhat more attractive on average. Why might this happen? One explanation is developmental stability. During growth, the human body faces many challenges, including disease, environmental stress, and limited nutrition. An individual who develops with relatively balanced features may have experienced fewer developmental disruptions. Again, symmetry is not a measure of worth or character. It is simply one of many subtle cues the brain appears capable of recognizing. Beauty is far more complicated than any single feature. Culture, personality, familiarity, and individual preferences all shape attraction in powerful ways. Another feature that scientists frequently study is skin. Healthy skin communicates information almost immediately. Throughout history, before modern medicine existed, visible skin conditions sometimes reflected illness or nutritional problems. Consequently, the brain evolved to pay attention to skin quality, often without conscious awareness. Hair also tells a biological story. Healthy hair can indicate adequate nutrition and overall physical well-being. Across many societies, thick, well-maintained hair has often been associated with youth and vitality. But these associations are never universal. Different cultures have celebrated shaved heads, long hair, elaborate hairstyles, and countless other traditions throughout history. Human preferences are always shaped by both biology and culture working together. Perhaps one of evolution's most remarkable achievements is the human face itself. Unlike many mammals, humans possess extraordinarily expressive facial muscles. A slight smile, a raised eyebrow, eyes that widen in surprise, tiny movements around the mouth. These expressions allow people to communicate emotions before speaking a single word. Charles Darwin himself became deeply interested in facial expressions. In 1872, he published The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals, arguing that many emotional expressions have evolutionary origins shared across species. More than a century later, psychologists continued investigating this idea. Research involving participants from many different cultures found that several basic emotional expressions, such as happiness, sadness, anger, fear, surprise, and disgust, are recognized with remarkable consistency around the world. This does not mean every culture expresses emotion identically. Social rules influence when and how emotions are displayed, but the biological foundations appear deeply rooted in human evolution. The eyes deserve particular attention. People often describe the eyes as the window to the soul. While that phrase belongs to poetry rather than science, neuroscience confirms that humans pay extraordinary attention to eyes. Infants only a few months old already prefer looking at faces. As they grow, children become increasingly skilled at following another person's gaze. Knowing where someone else is looking provides valuable information. It reveals attention, intentions, potential danger, interest, cooperation. In evolutionary terms, understanding another person's gaze improved survival. This ability later became essential for social bonding and communication. Eye contact itself carries remarkable psychological power. A brief glance can communicate confidence, compassion, curiosity, concern, or affection. Because humans are intensely social creatures, even small changes in eye contact influence how we perceive one another. Scientists continue exploring the complex neural systems responsible for these rapid judgments. Yet appearance alone never determined human relationships. As human societies became increasingly cooperative, behavior grew even more important. Imagine two individuals living in the same prehistoric community. One is physically impressive but selfish. The other shares food during difficult seasons, protects children, and cooperates during hunts. Which individual contributes more to the survival of the group? Over countless generations, traits such as generosity, reliability, intelligence, and cooperation likely became increasingly valuable. These qualities cannot be observed instantly. They require time, conversation, shared experience, trust. This helps explain why human attraction differs from that of many other animals. People often become more attracted to someone after learning about their character. Kindness changes perception. Humor changes perception. Competence changes perception. Acts of courage or compassion can dramatically alter how attractive someone appears. Modern psychology refers to this as the influence of non-physical traits on interpersonal attraction. It reminds us that beauty is never limited to appearance alone. Culture adds another extraordinary layer. Travel across the world today, and standards of beauty vary enormously. Some societies value taller stature, others do not. Some celebrate lighter skin tones. Others historically preferred darker complexions associated with outdoor work or regional identity. Body shapes considered attractive have shifted repeatedly throughout recorded history. Even within the same country, ideals have changed across centuries. During periods of food scarcity, fuller body types sometimes symbolized health and prosperity. In different economic conditions, those ideals often shifted again. Fashion transformed preferences. Art transformed preferences. Media transformed preferences. Culture never erased biology. Neither did biology erase culture. Instead, the two continuously influenced one another. Anthropologists emphasize this interaction repeatedly. Human attraction cannot be explained through evolution alone, nor can it be understood through culture alone. It emerges from both. Our genes provide a foundation. Our environment builds upon it. Our personal experiences shape it further still. This extraordinary combination makes every human story unique. No scientific model can predict exactly whom someone will love. No equation can fully explain emotional connection. The human brain remains far too complex. Yet one truth becomes increasingly clear. The qualities that helped our ancestors survive did not remain confined to survival. They gradually evolved into values, into ideals, into stories, into songs, into paintings, into myths. Eventually, entire civilizations began asking questions that science would not formally investigate for thousands of years. What is beauty? What is love? Can attraction be controlled? Or is it something that quietly chooses us? Those questions echoed through the temples of ancient Egypt, the academies of Greece, the libraries of Rome, the courts of imperial China, the kingdoms of India, and countless indigenous cultures whose knowledge was passed not through books, but through generations of oral tradition. Long before neuroscience could scan the living brain, humanity had already begun searching for the meaning behind one of its oldest and most mysterious experiences. And in those early civilizations, love would become far more than biology. It would become philosophy, religion, law, poetry, and one of history's most enduring subjects, leaving behind records that still shape how billions of people understand relationships today. As human societies grew larger, something remarkable happened. The instincts that had helped small groups survive on the African savannas began taking on entirely new meanings. A glance between two people was no longer just a biological signal. A family was no longer simply a way to raise children. Love, partnership, loyalty, and marriage gradually became woven into religion, politics, economics, and culture. To understand why humans think about love the way they do today, we must leave the prehistoric world behind and step into the first great civilizations. Nearly 5,000 years ago, along the fertile valleys of the Nile, the people of ancient Egypt built one of history's most enduring civilizations. To modern visitors, Egypt is often remembered for its pyramids, temples, and pharaohs. Yet beneath those monumental structures lived ordinary people who experienced many of the same emotions familiar to us today. Archaeological discoveries have revealed personal letters, poems, and artwork suggesting that affection, admiration, longing, and companionship were recognized parts of everyday life. Some surviving Egyptian love poems are surprisingly gentle. Rather than speaking only about marriage or duty, they describe the joy of hearing a loved one's voice, the beauty of walking together beside the Nile, or the quiet excitement of seeing someone approach from a distance. Although marriage was an important social institution, emotional attachment was not absent from Egyptian life. At the same time, practical considerations remained essential. Families often viewed marriage as a partnership that strengthened households, protected property, and ensured future generations. This combination of affection and practical responsibility would appear repeatedly throughout history. Love and survival rarely existed as completely separate ideas. Far to the east, another ancient civilization was developing its own understanding of human relationships. In Mesopotamia, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, some of the world's earliest cities emerged. Here, written law began regulating marriage, inheritance, and family responsibilities. One of the most famous legal collections, the Code of Hammurabi, demonstrates that relationships had become matters not only of emotion but also of social order. Marriage involved rights, responsibilities, economic agreements, protection for children, rules concerning inheritance. Civilization had transformed private relationships into public institutions. The reasons were practical. Stable families contributed to stable societies. Children inherited land. Communities maintained order. Agriculture required cooperation across generations. Biology had provided the foundation. Culture was now constructing entire legal systems upon it. Meanwhile, in ancient India, philosophical traditions explored human relationships from yet another perspective. Texts composed over many centuries discussed love not merely as physical attraction, but as one aspect of a balanced human life. Ancient Indian thinkers often viewed human existence through multiple goals, including moral responsibility, prosperity, emotional fulfillment, and spiritual development. Love became connected to ethics, family life, and personal growth rather than existing as an isolated experience. Across Asia, similar themes appeared again and again. Relationships involved both emotion and responsibility. Personal happiness mattered. So did social harmony. No civilization developed in isolation. Each interpreted human attraction through its own history, beliefs, and environment. In ancient China, the teachings of Confucius emphasized family loyalty, respect between generations, and social stability. Marriage was considered important not only for two individuals, but for the continuity of entire families. Affection certainly existed, but relationships were also expected to strengthen communities and preserve social order. Confucian philosophy encouraged virtues such as kindness, trustworthiness, responsibility, and mutual respect. Interestingly, many of these qualities continue to appear in modern psychological studies examining long-term relationship satisfaction. Thousands of years separated these traditions from contemporary science, yet some observations about human behavior remain remarkably familiar. Across the Mediterranean, the ancient Greeks approached love with extraordinary curiosity. Few civilizations examined human emotion as deeply through philosophy, literature, and debate. Rather than treating love as one simple experience, Greek writers described several different forms. The word eros referred to passionate attraction. Philia described deep friendship and mutual respect. Storge reflected familial affection. Agape represented selfless or unconditional love. Although these categories are not scientific classifications, they reveal something important. Even more than 2,000 years ago, people recognized that human attachment could take many different forms. The philosopher Plato explored love through dialogue rather than certainty. Aristotle emphasized friendship, virtue, and shared purpose. For Aristotle, lasting relationships depended upon character rather than appearance alone. Modern psychology often arrives at similar conclusions. Physical attraction may begin a relationship, but qualities such as trust, communication, reliability, and kindness strongly influence whether that relationship endures. The Romans inherited many Greek ideas while adapting them to their own society. Marriage became deeply connected with citizenship, inheritance, and political alliances. Among wealthy families, marriages sometimes strengthened powerful networks. Yet Roman literature also reveals deeply personal emotions. Letters between husbands and wives. Poems expressing longing. Accounts of grief after losing a partner. History reminds us that although cultures differ, many human emotions remain surprisingly recognizable across time. Elsewhere, countless indigenous societies developed their own traditions surrounding partnership and family life. Anthropologists studying hunter-gatherer communities have found tremendous diversity in relationship structures. Some societies emphasized lifelong partnerships. Others allowed greater flexibility. Some practiced arranged marriages. Others placed greater importance on individual choice. There has never been one universal human system. Culture adapts to geography, resources, population size, and historical experience. This diversity teaches an important lesson. Evolution provided humans with biological capacities for attraction and bonding. Culture determined how those capacities were expressed. Even today, ideas about romance differ dramatically across countries. What one society considers ideal may seem unfamiliar elsewhere. Yet beneath these differences lies a common biological foundation. Every culture depends upon cooperation between generations. Every civilization raises children. Every society develops ways to encourage trust, responsibility, and social stability. The methods vary. The underlying human needs remain remarkably consistent. Modern anthropology emphasizes that no single culture represents the correct way to organize relationships. Instead, each reflects thousands of years of adaptation to local circumstances. Climate influenced daily life. Economics influenced marriage. Religion influenced moral values. Politics influenced family structures. Human history is far too diverse for simple explanations. One fascinating pattern appears repeatedly throughout archaeological evidence. As civilizations expanded, storytelling expanded with them. Love became central to myths. Gods fell in love. Heroes searched for lost companions. Queens inspired loyalty. Kings risked kingdoms. Poets transformed ordinary emotions into timeless literature. From ancient epics to medieval romances, human beings continued asking the same questions. Why do people sacrifice so much for those they love? Why does separation hurt? Why can memories remain powerful for decades? Long before neuroscience explained memory networks or hormones, storytellers understood something profound. Love changes human behavior. It influences decisions. It inspires courage. Sometimes it inspires tragedy. History is filled with examples of leaders, artists, philosophers, and ordinary people whose choices were shaped by emotional bonds. Science explains the biological mechanisms. History records the human consequences. Together, they tell a far richer story than either could alone. As centuries passed, another extraordinary development quietly transformed the human experience. Our ancestors had evolved remarkable brains capable of language. Civilizations had developed philosophies of love. Religions had established moral teachings. Laws had organized families. But hidden beneath every conversation, every promise, every poem, and every farewell, invisible chemical messengers continued performing the same ancient work they had carried out for millions of years. The next chapter of our journey takes us inside the body's own chemistry, where hormones and neurotransmitters silently influence attraction, attachment, trust, and emotional connection in ways our ancestors could never have imagined, but modern science is only now beginning to fully understand. If you could shrink to the size of a single cell and travel through the human bloodstream, you would witness a world of constant movement. Billions upon billions of cells are communicating every second. Some carry oxygen, others fight infection. Many repair damaged tissue. Countless chemical messengers travel from one part of the body to another, delivering information with astonishing precision. Most of these signals pass unnoticed. You never feel them directly, yet they quietly influence nearly everything you experience: your energy, your mood, your hunger, your sleep, your stress, and even the emotions that shape your closest relationships. For thousands of years, people believed emotions appeared almost like magic. Joy simply arrived. Fear suddenly overwhelmed. Love seemed impossible to explain. Today, neuroscience and endocrinology, the scientific study of hormones, paint a far more detailed picture. They reveal that emotions are neither random nor controlled by a single chemical. Instead, they emerge from the combined activity of the brain, the nervous system, hormones, previous experiences, memories, and the surrounding environment. No single molecule creates love. No single hormone creates attraction. Rather, the body conducts an orchestra in which every instrument plays its own part. One of the best-known hormones is testosterone. It exists in both men and women, although average levels differ significantly. Produced mainly in the testes in males and in smaller amounts by the ovaries and adrenal glands in females, testosterone plays an important role throughout life. It contributes to muscle development, bone density, red blood cell production, and many aspects of physical growth during puberty. Scientists have also found that testosterone influences motivation related to competition, confidence, and sexual desire. However, popular culture has often exaggerated its role. Testosterone is sometimes described as the aggression hormone or the male hormone. Neither description is accurate. Modern research shows that its effects depend greatly on context. Hormones do not force people to behave in a particular way. Instead, they influence probabilities, interacting continuously with personality, upbringing, culture, and conscious decision-making. A person with higher testosterone does not automatically become aggressive or reckless. Human behavior is far too complex for such simple conclusions. On the other side of the hormonal balance is estrogen. Like testosterone, estrogen exists in both sexes, though it is generally present at much higher levels in women during their reproductive years. Estrogen influences reproductive development, bone health, cardiovascular function, and numerous processes within the brain. Researchers have discovered that estrogen also affects memory, emotional regulation, and cognitive performance. Its levels naturally fluctuate during the menstrual cycle, pregnancy, and menopause. These normal biological changes can influence mood, energy, and sometimes sexual interest, although every woman experiences these changes differently. Scientists emphasize an important point. Hormones do not determine personality. They simply influence biological systems that interact with life experiences. This is why two individuals with similar hormone levels may respond to the same situation in completely different ways. Another hormone has become almost legendary in discussions about human relationships: oxytocin. For years, newspapers referred to it as the love hormone or the cuddle hormone. While these names captured public attention, researchers now recognize that the truth is considerably more complex. Oxytocin is produced in the hypothalamus, a small but essential region deep within the brain. From there, it is released into both the bloodstream and various parts of the nervous system. Its best established roles include childbirth and breastfeeding. During labor, oxytocin helps stimulate contractions. After birth, it assists milk release during nursing. These functions have been understood for decades. What fascinated scientists even more was its influence on social behavior. Studies suggested that oxytocin could strengthen feelings of trust, attachment, and social recognition under certain circumstances. Parents caring for infants often experience increased oxytocin activity. Close physical affection between trusted partners may also influence its release. But researchers quickly realized that oxytocin does not simply make everyone kinder. Its effects depend heavily on social context. In some situations, it appears to strengthen cooperation. In others, it may reinforce loyalty toward familiar groups rather than strangers. Science rarely provides simple stories. The more researchers study the brain, the more they appreciate its remarkable complexity. Then there is dopamine. Perhaps no chemical has been misunderstood more frequently. Many people believe dopamine is responsible for pleasure itself. Neuroscientists now describe it differently. Dopamine is deeply involved in motivation, anticipation, learning, and reward prediction. Imagine walking through an unfamiliar city. Suddenly, you discover a wonderful bakery. The smell of fresh bread fills the air. The experience exceeds your expectations. Your brain learns something valuable. Next time you visit that street, your attention naturally shifts toward the bakery. That learning process involves dopamine. The same biological principle applies to many rewarding experiences, including meaningful social interactions. When people develop emotional connections, the brain remembers. Future encounters become more significant. This learning mechanism helped our ancestors identify trusted companions and supportive communities. Survival depended not only upon finding food, but also upon finding reliable people. Serotonin provides yet another layer to this biological story. Unlike dopamine, serotonin contributes to mood stability, emotional regulation, sleep, digestion, and overall well-being. Many antidepressant medications influence serotonin signaling because it plays an important role in maintaining emotional balance. Researchers continue investigating how serotonin changes during different stages of romantic attachment. Although many questions remain unanswered, it is clear that emotional life depends upon many interacting systems rather than one isolated pathway. Another remarkable chemical deserves attention: endorphins. These naturally occurring compounds reduce pain and promote feelings of comfort. They are released during exercise, laughter, music, and many positive social experiences. From an evolutionary perspective, endorphins encourage behaviors beneficial to survival while helping individuals cope with physical challenges. Some scientists believe that long-term companionship may become increasingly supported by endorphin-related comfort rather than the intense excitement often associated with early attraction. This may help explain why enduring relationships frequently evolve from passionate excitement into something quieter but deeply meaningful. The emotional experience changes. It does not necessarily become weaker. It becomes different. Modern brain imaging supports this observation. Researchers comparing newly formed relationships with long-term partnerships often find differences in neural activity. Early attraction may involve stronger activation of reward and motivation systems. Long-lasting relationships often engage brain regions associated with attachment, trust, emotional security, and shared memories. Neither stage is more real. Both represent natural phases of human bonding. Interestingly, stress hormones also influence attraction. Cortisol, released during stressful situations, prepares the body to respond to challenges. Short periods of stress can heighten alertness. Chronic stress, however, often reduces interest in intimacy, disrupts sleep, impairs mood, and affects emotional well-being. This relationship reminds us that biology never functions in isolation. Work pressures, financial concerns, physical illness, family responsibilities, major life changes, all influence the same biological systems involved in emotional connection. Scientists therefore caution against reducing human relationships to chemistry alone. Chemistry matters enormously, but it never tells the entire story. Experience shapes biology. Biology shapes experience. The relationship flows in both directions. Acts of kindness can influence hormone activity. Meaningful conversations strengthen memory networks. Shared challenges deepen emotional bonds. Every interaction subtly reshapes the brain through a process neuroscientists call neuroplasticity, the brain's remarkable ability to adapt throughout life. This means that love is not simply something people feel. It is also something people build. One conversation, one shared experience, one memory at a time. As remarkable as these discoveries are, they raise another fascinating question. If the human brain and body possess such ancient biological systems for attraction and attachment, why do men and women sometimes appear to experience relationships differently? Is it entirely due to hormones? Or does the answer lie deeper? In millions of years of evolution, different reproductive challenges, and the complex interaction between biology, culture, and individual experience? Those questions have inspired decades of scientific research, and their answers are far more nuanced than many popular myths suggest. For generations, people have repeated a familiar idea. Men are logical. Women are emotional. Men think about physical attraction. Women think about feelings. These statements have appeared in books, films, conversations, and popular culture for decades. They sound simple, perhaps even convincing. Yet modern science paints a far more careful picture. Human beings are remarkably diverse. No two brains are identical. No two lives unfold in exactly the same way. While biology contributes to certain average differences between men and women, there is also enormous overlap. Many men resemble many women more than they resemble other men. Individual personality, upbringing, education, culture, health, and personal experiences often explain far more about behavior than sex alone. Scientists studying the human brain therefore encourage caution. Average differences do not describe every individual. Understanding that distinction is essential. The modern study of sex differences accelerated during the 20th century as neuroscience, psychology, genetics, and endocrinology developed more advanced research methods. Researchers discovered that male and female brains are far more similar than different. Both contain the same major structures. Both rely upon the same neurotransmitters. Both possess extraordinary abilities for learning, memory, reasoning, empathy, and creativity. The differences are often matters of degree rather than completely separate biological systems. One important factor involves reproductive biology. Throughout evolutionary history, women invested far more biological resources into pregnancy, childbirth, and early childcare than men. A human pregnancy lasts approximately 9 months. After birth, infants remain highly dependent upon adult care for many years. From an evolutionary perspective, this created different reproductive challenges for males and females. Evolutionary biologists describe this principle using the concept of parental investment. The theory, first developed in detail by biologist Robert Trivers in the 1970s, suggests that the sex investing more resources in offspring is generally expected to be more selective when choosing mates because each reproductive opportunity carries greater biological cost. For human females throughout evolutionary history, pregnancy represented a significant commitment. It involved increased nutritional demands, greater physical vulnerability, potential health risks, years of childcare. Choosing a dependable partner could therefore have important consequences for both mother and child. Meanwhile, males faced different evolutionary pressures. Because their minimum biological investment in reproduction differed, competition for mating opportunities often operated through somewhat different mechanisms. This does not mean men only sought physical beauty or women only sought security. Human beings have never been that simple. Instead, scientists suggest that these differing evolutionary pressures may have influenced average tendencies over many thousands of generations. Modern psychological research supports this nuanced view. Large international studies have found that, on average, men often report placing slightly greater importance on certain physical characteristics when first evaluating potential partners. Women, on average, often report giving somewhat greater weight to qualities such as reliability, emotional stability, kindness, and the ability to provide long-term support. Yet the similarities are equally striking. Across cultures, both men and women consistently value honesty, trust, intelligence, kindness, a sense of humor, emotional warmth, mutual respect. These qualities repeatedly appear near the top of relationship surveys around the world. The differences that receive the most public attention are usually much smaller than the common values shared by nearly everyone. Another fascinating area of research concerns visual processing. Scientists have observed that men, on average, may respond more strongly to visual cues during the earliest stages of attraction. Functional brain imaging suggests that certain visual processing networks can become highly active when viewing attractive faces or bodies. This observation aligns with evolutionary theories suggesting that visible signs of health and fertility historically carried important information. Women certainly respond to visual attraction as well. However, many studies suggest that women, on average, integrate a wider range of contextual information during social evaluation. Voice, behavior, confidence, humor, kindness, reputation, shared values, emotional safety. These factors often become increasingly influential as relationships develop. Again, these are averages. Many men prioritize emotional compatibility from the beginning. Many women experience immediate physical attraction. Human individuality always matters. The role of hormones further complicates the picture. Testosterone contributes to sexual desire in both sexes. Higher average testosterone levels in men may partly explain why men often report thinking about sexual topics more frequently on average. But testosterone does not operate independently. It interacts with dopamine, serotonin, cortisol, oxytocin, life experience, relationship status, and many other biological systems. Likewise, fluctuations in estrogen and progesterone throughout the menstrual cycle may influence attraction and mood in some women, though the effects vary greatly between individuals. Scientists emphasize that hormonal changes are normal biological processes, not fixed predictors of behavior. Culture also shapes expectations from an early age. Children observe how adults behave. They learn social norms. They absorb messages from family, education, religion, media, and community. These influences interact continuously with biology. For example, expressions of emotion differ widely across cultures. In some societies, boys are encouraged to suppress sadness. In others, emotional openness is accepted. Likewise, expectations placed upon girls vary enormously throughout history and across different regions of the world. These cultural influences affect adult relationships just as profoundly as biology. The brain itself reflects this lifelong interaction. Neuroplasticity allows experiences to reshape neural connections throughout life. Every meaningful relationship changes the brain. Every conversation, every challenge overcome together, every memory shared. The brain is constantly adapting. Modern neuroscience therefore rejects the outdated idea that male and female brains are hardwired in completely different ways. Instead, researchers describe a dynamic interaction between biology and experience. One especially interesting finding involves empathy. Popular stereotypes often claim that women are naturally empathetic while men are not. Scientific evidence tells a more balanced story. Many studies find average differences in certain empathy measures. However, individual variation remains enormous. Countless men demonstrate extraordinary emotional sensitivity. Countless women excel in analytical reasoning. The abilities overlap far more than stereotypes suggest. Perhaps the greatest misconception is the belief that one sex experiences stronger emotions than the other. Brain imaging and psychological research provide no evidence that men experience emotions less deeply. Rather, differences often appear in emotional expression. Some individuals openly communicate feelings. Others internalize them. These patterns are influenced by biology, culture, personality, and personal history working together. As researchers continue studying relationships, one conclusion grows increasingly clear. The question is not whether men or women are better at love, nor is it whether one sex feels more deeply than the other. The more accurate question is how evolution, biology, and culture combine to produce two remarkably adaptable forms of the same species, each bringing different strengths, perspectives, and experiences into one of humanity's oldest partnerships. Yet, even after understanding the brain and hormones, another mystery remains. Why do people become attracted to one particular individual while feeling almost nothing toward countless others? The answer lies not only in appearance or personality, but in a subtle biological language that humans rarely notice consciously. A language written in scent, immune system genes, voice, movement, familiarity, and thousands of tiny signals that the brain quietly evaluates long before we become aware of them. Imagine walking into a crowded railway station. Hundreds of people pass by. Some are speaking with friends. Others hurry toward trains, their attention fixed on the clock. Children laugh somewhere in the distance. The sound of footsteps echoes across the floor. In only a few moments, your brain has already processed an extraordinary amount of information. Without any conscious effort, it has recognized faces, estimated ages, identified emotions, noticed body language, distinguished familiar voices from unfamiliar ones, and even begun making subtle judgments about the people around you. Most of this happens automatically. You are not aware of it, yet your brain is working with astonishing speed. For neuroscientists, this rapid processing represents one of the most fascinating aspects of human attraction. Long before a person consciously says, "I like this individual," the brain has already completed thousands of microscopic calculations. It is not making a final decision. Rather, it is gathering evidence. The process begins with vision. Nearly 1/3 of the human cerebral cortex is involved, directly or indirectly, in processing visual information. This reflects the importance of sight throughout primate evolution. Our ancestors depended heavily on vision to locate food, recognize family members, detect predators, and interpret social signals. Over millions of years, the brain became remarkably efficient at reading human faces. Researchers often describe the human face as one of the richest sources of social information in nature. A single facial expression can communicate happiness, concern, fear, confidence, uncertainty, or kindness, all within fractions of a second. Even infants, only a few hours after birth, show a preference for face-like patterns over random shapes. This remarkable tendency suggests that the human brain is prepared from the very beginning to pay attention to other people. But vision tells only part of the story. Another sense quietly influences attraction in ways many people never realize. The sense of smell. Humans often underestimate their sense of smell because it is less obvious than that of dogs or many other mammals. Nevertheless, the human olfactory system remains surprisingly sophisticated. For decades, scientists have investigated whether body odor carries biological information. One area of research focuses on genes belonging to the major histocompatibility complex, commonly called the MHC. These genes play a crucial role in the immune system by helping the body recognize harmful microorganisms. Several studies have suggested that people may unconsciously prefer the natural scent of individuals whose MHC genes differ from their own. Why might this matter? From an evolutionary perspective, greater genetic diversity within the immune system could potentially provide offspring with broader protection against disease. Researchers continue studying this hypothesis. Some findings support it strongly. Others suggest the effect is smaller or influenced by cultural and environmental factors. Science remains cautious. Yet the possibility itself illustrates how deeply biology may operate beneath conscious awareness. Voice also carries remarkable information. Without seeing someone, people often estimate age, emotional state, confidence, and even physical condition simply by listening. The human voice reflects the shape of the vocal tract, lung capacity, hormone levels during development, and emotional activity within the nervous system. Testosterone influences the growth of the larynx during male puberty, typically producing deeper voices. Estrogen contributes differently to vocal development in females. Neither voice type is universally preferred. Preferences vary across individuals and cultures. Yet numerous studies indicate that vocal characteristics influence first impressions more than many people realize. Even laughter has become an important subject of scientific investigation. Psychologists have discovered that genuine laughter differs acoustically from forced laughter. The brain appears surprisingly skilled at detecting the difference. Authentic laughter communicates relaxation, safety, and positive social interaction. It strengthens cooperation. It reduces tension. It encourages trust. Anthropologists believe laughter likely evolved long before language reached its modern complexity. Among early human communities, shared laughter may have strengthened group cohesion, making cooperation more effective. The body itself also communicates continuously. Posture, walking style, facial expressions, hand movements, eye contact. Scientists refer to these as nonverbal signals. Research consistently demonstrates that people form impressions from body language within seconds. An open posture often appears more approachable. Relaxed movements may suggest confidence. Warm facial expressions often increase perceived trustworthiness. These impressions are not always accurate. First impressions can certainly be mistaken. Yet evolution favored rapid judgments because hesitation sometimes carried survival costs. Another subtle factor involves familiarity. Psychologists call this the mere exposure effect. Simply encountering someone repeatedly can increase feelings of comfort and liking, provided the interactions remain neutral or positive. Our ancestors frequently lived in relatively small communities where repeated encounters were common. Recognizing familiar individuals reduced uncertainty. Trust often developed gradually rather than instantly. Modern life still reflects this ancient tendency. Classmates, co-workers, neighbors. People often become friends, or sometimes partners, after repeated ordinary interactions rather than dramatic first meetings. Popular films frequently celebrate love at first sight. Science presents a more balanced picture. Immediate attraction certainly exists, but many meaningful relationships develop slowly as familiarity, trust, and shared experiences accumulate over time. Memory plays a central role throughout this process. The hippocampus, a structure deep within the brain, helps organize memories of important experiences. Every conversation, every shared meal, every difficult moment overcome together. These memories gradually become interconnected. The brain does not store relationships as isolated events. Instead, it builds rich networks linking people to places, sounds, smells, emotions, and experiences. Years later, hearing a familiar melody may instantly bring back memories of someone important. The smell of fresh bread might remind a person of childhood breakfasts with family. A particular street may awaken memories of an old friendship. These associations demonstrate how deeply emotion and memory are intertwined. Interestingly, attraction is influenced not only by what the brain notices, but also by what it predicts. The brain constantly attempts to anticipate future outcomes. Will this interaction be rewarding? Will this person be trustworthy? Will spending time together feel safe? Prediction is one of the brain's most important functions. It helps explain why consistency matters. When someone's actions repeatedly match their words, trust grows. When behavior becomes unpredictable or dishonest, trust often weakens. From an evolutionary perspective, reliable partners increase survival. Predictability became valuable. Another remarkable discovery concerns synchronization. Researchers have observed that people engaged in meaningful conversations sometimes begin mirroring one another's posture, speaking rhythm, facial expressions, or gestures without realizing it. This phenomenon, often called behavioral synchrony, appears to strengthen social connection. Parents naturally synchronize with infants. Close friends often finish one another's sentences. Long-term partners frequently develop similar communication patterns after years together. These subtle adjustments reflect the brain's extraordinary capacity for social learning. Every interaction slightly reshapes neural pathways. No conversation leaves the brain entirely unchanged. Despite all these biological influences, scientists emphasize an essential truth. Attraction is never controlled by one signal alone. Not appearance, not scent, not voice, not body language, not hormones, not genes. Instead, attraction emerges from countless small pieces of information interacting simultaneously. Biology provides the foundation. Experience provides the context. Culture provides meaning. Personality shapes interpretation. Together, they create one of the most complex social experiences known to science. As researchers continued exploring these invisible processes, they noticed another fascinating pattern. Human attraction does not remain constant throughout life. The priorities of a 20-year-old often differ from those of someone who is 40, 60, or 80. Hormones change. Health changes. Life experience changes. Responsibilities change. Yet the human need for connection often remains remarkably strong. To understand why, we must follow the human lifespan itself, discovering how attraction, attachment, and emotional bonds quietly evolve from adolescence to old age, reflecting not only biology, but the changing story of every human life. No human being enters the world understanding love. A newborn child does not recognize romance. It does not understand attraction, marriage, or companionship. Instead, life begins with something far more fundamental: connection. From the very first moments after birth, the human brain is learning one of evolution's oldest lessons, that survival depends upon relationships. Unlike many mammals, human infants are born in an unusually dependent state. Their brains continue developing rapidly after birth. In fact, nearly 3/4 of the brain's adult size develops during the first few years of life. Those early years are not simply about physical growth. They are also shaping the neural foundations of trust, emotional security, communication, and social understanding. Psychologists have spent decades studying how early relationships influence later life. One of the most influential researchers in this field was John Bowlby, whose work on attachment theory transformed developmental psychology during the 20th century. Bowlby proposed that infants are biologically prepared to form close emotional bonds with caregivers because those bonds improve survival. A child who remains close to attentive adults is more likely to receive food, protection, warmth, and care. Over millions of years, Natural selection favored infants who sought comfort from trusted caregivers during times of stress. This behavior was not weakness. It was adaptation. Later research by psychologist Mary Ainsworth expanded these ideas through careful observation of children and caregivers. Her studies suggested that early caregiving experiences help shape what psychologists now call attachment patterns. Children who consistently experience responsive, reliable care often develop a stronger sense of security. Those facing inconsistent or neglectful care may respond differently. Scientists today emphasize that attachment patterns are not fixed destinies. People continue learning, adapting, and changing throughout life. Nevertheless, these early experiences often influence how individuals approach trust and close relationships as adults. As childhood progresses, another remarkable transformation begins. The brain becomes increasingly social. Children learn cooperation through play. They discover fairness, friendship, sharing, conflict resolution, empathy. Every playground disagreement and every shared adventure quietly strengthens neural pathways involved in social understanding. These experiences prepare the brain for increasingly complex relationships later in life. Then comes adolescence. From a biological perspective, adolescence represents one of the most dramatic periods of change in the human lifespan. Hormones begin reshaping the body. The brain itself continues extensive remodeling. Contrary to what many people assume, the adolescent brain is not fully mature. Neuroscientists have shown that important regions, particularly the prefrontal cortex, responsible for long-term planning and impulse control, continue developing well into the 20s. Meanwhile, emotional and reward-related brain systems become highly active. This temporary imbalance partly explains why adolescence often involves heightened curiosity, stronger emotional experiences, and greater sensitivity to peer relationships. It is not simply a matter of teenage behavior. It reflects normal neurological development. During puberty, testosterone, estrogen, and other hormones increase substantially. These biological changes contribute to the emergence of sexual attraction and romantic interest. Yet biology alone never determines how adolescents behave. Family values, education, culture, religion, friendships, personal experiences, all interact continuously with the changing brain. Every society develops its own expectations about courtship, adulthood, and responsibility. Anthropologists have documented enormous cultural variation. Some communities mark adulthood through formal ceremonies. Others recognize it gradually. Some encourage early marriage. Others prioritize education before long-term partnerships. These differences remind us that biology provides possibilities, while culture helps organize human behavior. As people enter adulthood, priorities often begin shifting. The excitement of novelty remains important for many individuals, but qualities associated with long-term stability frequently gain greater significance. Researchers studying relationship satisfaction consistently identify several characteristics that predict stronger partnerships over time. Kindness, mutual respect, emotional support, effective communication, trust, the ability to resolve disagreements constructively. These qualities repeatedly appear across cultures and age groups. Interestingly, none of them depends upon physical appearance. This does not mean attraction becomes irrelevant. Rather, it becomes integrated with many other dimensions of human connection. Shared experiences gradually reshape attraction itself. Two people who face life's challenges together often develop emotional bonds that cannot be explained by appearance alone. Years of cooperation create memories, shared goals, inside jokes, family traditions, mutual understanding. Neuroscience suggests that these accumulated experiences strengthen neural networks linking one partner with feelings of safety, familiarity, and emotional comfort. The relationship becomes part of the brain's own structure. Middle adulthood introduces new changes. Careers become established. Children may arrive. Parents grow older. Responsibilities multiply. Stress often increases. Sleep may become less predictable. Time becomes more valuable. Relationships frequently adapt to these realities. The early intensity associated with new romance often gives way to something quieter. not weaker, simply different. Psychologists sometimes describe this transition as a movement from passionate love toward companionate love. Companionate love emphasizes deep friendship, trust, shared history, and emotional stability. Long-term studies suggest that many couples describe this stage as profoundly meaningful, even though it may feel less dramatic than the earliest months of attraction. Evolutionary biology offers one possible explanation. Stable partnerships historically improved the survival of children requiring many years of care. Strong emotional bonds encouraged cooperation during the demanding years of parenting. As the decades continue, biology changes again. Hormone levels gradually shift with age. In women, menopause marks the end of reproductive capacity, bringing significant hormonal changes involving estrogen and progesterone. In men, testosterone generally declines more gradually across later adulthood, though the rate varies considerably between individuals. These changes may influence energy, mood, and sexual desire. However, researchers repeatedly caution against oversimplification. Healthy aging depends upon many factors: physical health, mental well-being, exercise, nutrition, relationships, purpose, social connection. Many older adults continue experiencing meaningful romantic relationships well into later life. In fact, several studies suggest that emotional intimacy often becomes increasingly important with age. The urgency of youth gives way to appreciation for companionship, conversation, affection, and mutual understanding. Decades of shared memories become one of the relationship's greatest strengths. Neuroscientists have also discovered that the aging brain remains surprisingly adaptable. Although certain cognitive abilities change over time, the capacity for emotional connection often remains remarkably resilient. People continue forming friendships, finding partners, experiencing affection, learning new ways of relating to others. Love is not limited to youth. It evolves. Perhaps this is one of the most remarkable aspects of human biology. Evolution created systems capable not only of initiating attraction, but of supporting lifelong social bonds. Those bonds improve psychological well-being, physical health, and even longevity in many circumstances. Scientists studying healthy aging consistently identify strong social relationships as one of the most important contributors to long-term well-being. From the helpless infant seeking comfort, to the curious teenager discovering attraction, to adults building families, to older couples walking slowly together after decades of shared life. Every stage reflects the extraordinary flexibility of the human brain. The biology changes, the hormones change, the priorities change. Yet the fundamental need for meaningful human connection remains one of the most enduring characteristics of our species. Still, one fascinating mystery remains. If attraction and relationships are shaped by evolution, why do humans behave so differently from many other animals? Why do some species form lifelong pair bonds while others do not? Why do humans create marriages, families, cultures, and moral systems around relationships in ways rarely seen elsewhere in the natural world? To answer those questions, we must step beyond humanity for a moment and explore the astonishing diversity of mating strategies across the animal kingdom, revealing both the similarities we inherited and the unique path our own species ultimately followed. To understand what makes humans unique, we must first recognize something surprisingly humbling. Human beings are not separate from nature. We are part of it. Every heartbeat, every breath, every instinct carried within the human body was shaped by the same evolutionary forces that shaped wolves, whales, elephants, birds, insects, and countless other forms of life. Yet while humans share common ancestry with every living organism on Earth, our social behavior has taken an extraordinary path. The animal kingdom presents an astonishing variety of mating systems. There is no single rule, no universal strategy. Evolution has never favored one approach for every species. Instead, each species has gradually developed behaviors suited to its own environment, biology, and ecological challenges. Among some animals, reproduction is brief and simple. Adults meet only long enough to mate before continuing separate lives. Many fish, amphibians, and insects follow variations of this pattern. Their offspring receive little or no parental care. Instead, survival depends upon producing enormous numbers of young. Only a small percentage survive to adulthood. Evolution favors quantity. In contrast, many bird species invest heavily in parenting. Birds must incubate eggs, protect nests, and feed hatchlings that cannot survive alone. Because raising young requires cooperation, pair bonds often become more stable. Approximately 90% of bird species exhibit some form of social monogamy, meaning a male and female cooperate while raising offspring. However, scientists carefully distinguish social monogamy from genetic monogamy. Modern genetic studies have shown that even socially monogamous birds sometimes produce offspring through mating outside the primary pair bond. Nature is rarely as simple as early observers imagined. Among mammals, long-term pair bonding is actually much less common. Only a small percentage of mammalian species regularly form enduring partnerships. Many mammals follow different reproductive strategies depending upon food availability, territory, competition, and parental responsibilities. Lions, for example, live in prides where related females cooperate in raising cubs while males compete intensely for access to breeding opportunities. Elephants organize themselves around family groups led by experienced females, while adult males often spend much of their lives separately. Gorillas typically live in groups centered around one dominant silverback male, several females, and their offspring. Chimpanzees, the living relatives genetically closest to humans, display highly complex social structures involving cooperation, alliances, competition, and multiple mating relationships. Bonobos, equally close relatives, organize their societies quite differently. These two species remind scientists that even closely related animals can evolve dramatically different social systems. No single behavior is inevitable. Environment matters. Social structure matters. Evolution responds to local conditions. Then there are wolves. Popular culture often portrays wolves primarily as symbols of strength or independence. In reality, wolves are deeply social animals. They hunt cooperatively, protect one another, raise pups together. Their family groups function through communication, cooperation, and shared responsibility. Although human societies differ greatly from wolf packs, both species demonstrate the survival advantages of coordinated social living. One of the most famous examples in evolutionary research is the prairie vole. This small rodent attracted enormous scientific attention because many prairie voles form relatively stable pair bonds after mating. Researchers discovered that hormones such as oxytocin and vasopressin contribute significantly to this behavior. Closely related vole species lacking similar receptor patterns often display entirely different mating systems. These discoveries revealed that relatively small biological differences can influence remarkably different social behaviors. Yet scientists remain careful not to apply animal findings directly to humans. Human relationships involve language, culture, morality, religion, economics, personal values, long-term planning. None of these factors can be fully understood by studying hormones alone. Humans remain one of the most behaviorally flexible species ever known. Anthropologists studying hunter-gatherer societies have reached an important conclusion. Our ancestors likely combined features seen in several different animal strategies without matching any of them exactly. Humans form long-term partnerships more frequently than most mammals. At the same time, human societies display tremendous diversity. Some cultures historically practiced monogamy. Others accepted various forms of polygyny, where one man had multiple wives. A few societies permitted polyandry, where one woman had multiple husbands under specific environmental conditions. These arrangements often reflected ecological realities rather than simple biological preferences. Where land was scarce, inheritance rules sometimes favored one system. Where populations were uneven, another system developed. Culture continuously adapted to circumstance. One feature, however, appears consistently throughout human evolution: children. No other great ape remains dependent upon adults for as many years as humans do. Learning language alone requires years of development. Understanding tools, social rules, cooperation, cultural traditions, survival skills, all demand prolonged teaching. This extended childhood fundamentally shaped human evolution. Parents benefited from cooperation. Grandparents contributed experience. Older siblings helped care for younger children. Anthropologists sometimes refer to humans as cooperative breeders because raising children typically involves many individuals beyond the biological parents. This cooperative system transformed relationships. Emotional bonds became valuable not only between partners, but across entire families and communities. Love expanded beyond reproduction. It became social glue. Shared responsibility increased survival. Shared knowledge increased survival. Shared protection increased survival. Another striking difference separates humans from nearly every other species. Storytelling. No animal writes poetry. No whale composes history. No chimpanzee records family memories for future generations. Humans alone preserve emotional experiences through language, literature, music, paintings, sculpture, and written history. This ability fundamentally changed attraction itself. People no longer learned only through direct experience. They also learned through stories. Ancient myths described loyalty. Religious traditions discussed marriage. Poets celebrated devotion. Philosophers debated desire. Generations inherited cultural ideas alongside biological instincts. The brain evolved to absorb both. Modern neuroscience shows that narratives influence memory, empathy, and decision-making. Stories activate multiple brain regions simultaneously. They help people imagine situations they have never personally experienced. This remarkable ability strengthened cooperation among increasingly large societies. By sharing stories, humans transmitted values across centuries. Another uniquely human characteristic is conscious self-reflection. Animals certainly learn from experience. Some display impressive intelligence. But humans ask questions unlike those of any other species. Who am I? Why do I love this person? What makes a good life? What responsibilities do I have toward others? These questions transformed attraction from a biological event into a philosophical one. Entire civilizations built ethical systems around relationships. Marriage became more than reproduction. Parenthood became more than biology. Family became more than shared genes. Culture expanded every natural instinct into something far richer. Yet evolution never disappeared. Beneath every modern city, every wedding ceremony, every family photograph, every handwritten love letter, the same ancient biological systems continue operating quietly inside the brain. Millions of years separate modern humanity from our earliest ancestors, yet the neural circuits supporting attachment remain deeply connected to those distant origins. The remarkable story of human attraction is therefore neither purely biological nor purely cultural. It is the result of both working together across unimaginable stretches of time. As scientists continued exploring this partnership between nature and culture, they encountered another important challenge. Popular beliefs about love, attraction, and relationships often differed dramatically from what careful research actually revealed. Some myths had survived for centuries. Others emerged only in modern times. The next stage of our journey examines these widespread misconceptions, separating enduring scientific evidence from ideas that have been repeated so often that many people simply assumed they were true. Throughout history, every civilization has created stories to explain human behavior. Some stories became myths. Others became traditions. Some evolved into popular sayings repeated from one generation to the next. Many of these ideas offered comfort or simple explanations for experiences that once seemed impossible to understand. But as biology, psychology, anthropology, and neuroscience advanced during the last 2 centuries, scientists began testing many of these long-held beliefs. Some proved remarkably accurate. Others turned out to be incomplete. And some were simply myths that survived because they were easy to remember. One of the oldest beliefs is that every person has only one perfect soulmate somewhere in the world. It is a beautiful idea. It has inspired novels, films, poetry, and music across cultures. Yet, science offers a different perspective. Researchers studying long-term relationships have found no evidence that only one biologically perfect partner exists for each individual. Instead, humans possess an extraordinary ability to form deep emotional attachments with different people under different circumstances. History itself supports this observation. Many people who lose a lifelong partner through death eventually find love again. Others build meaningful relationships after divorce or years of living alone. The human brain is remarkably adaptable. It can grieve, it can heal, and over time it can form new emotional bonds. This does not diminish the importance of past relationships. Rather, it reflects one of evolution's greatest strengths: resilience. Another widespread belief claims that love at first sight is either completely real or completely imaginary. The truth lies somewhere in between. Scientists distinguish between immediate attraction and deep emotional love. A person may experience an instant feeling of attraction upon meeting someone for the first time. The brain rapidly processes facial features, body language, voice, expressions, and countless other signals within seconds. This first impression can be powerful. However, genuine love, as psychologists define it, usually develops through repeated interaction. Trust, shared experiences, mutual understanding, reliability, emotional support. These qualities require time. In other words, someone may feel an immediate attraction at first sight, but enduring love typically grows through lived experience. Another myth suggests that opposites always attract. Movies often celebrate this idea. The quiet person falls in love with the adventurous one. The organized individual meets someone completely spontaneous. Sometimes this certainly happens, but scientific research presents a more balanced picture. Psychologists have repeatedly found that people often share important similarities with long-term partners. Values, educational background, life goals, religious beliefs, political attitudes, personality traits, interests. These shared characteristics frequently contribute to relationship stability. This does not mean couples must be identical. Differences can enrich relationships. Yet common values often help partners navigate life's challenges together. Another familiar phrase declares that men only care about appearance. This stereotype has persisted for generations. Large international studies consistently show that physical attraction matters to both men and women. However, appearance alone rarely predicts lasting relationship satisfaction. Kindness, trustworthiness, emotional stability, communication, cooperation. These qualities consistently rank among the strongest predictors of successful long-term partnerships across both sexes. Likewise, another stereotype claims that women are only attracted to wealth or status. Historical and evolutionary theories acknowledge that access to resources sometimes influenced partner choice, particularly in environments where survival depended heavily on material security. However, modern psychological research demonstrates that women, like men, evaluate many characteristics simultaneously: warmth, humor, reliability, intelligence, shared values, emotional safety, physical attraction. No single characteristic explains human relationships. The human brain integrates many forms of information before developing strong emotional attachment. One of the most persistent myths concerns happiness. People sometimes imagine that entering a romantic relationship guarantees lifelong happiness. Psychologists have studied this question extensively. Relationships certainly contribute to well-being. Supportive partnerships often improve mental health, reduce stress, and even correlate with better physical health outcomes. Yet happiness depends upon many additional factors: purpose, friendships, health, meaningful work, community, personal growth. No relationship can permanently eliminate every challenge life presents. Similarly, no individual can provide another person's complete emotional fulfillment. Healthy relationships often involve two individuals continuing to grow both together and independently. Another misconception concerns conflict. Many believe that happy couples never argue. Decades of relationship research suggest otherwise. Disagreements are normal. In fact, avoiding every difficult conversation may create greater problems over time. Researchers studying long-term marriages have found that the way couples manage conflict often matters more than whether conflict occurs at all. Listening respectfully, expressing concerns calmly, seeking solutions rather than victories. These behaviors predict healthier relationships far better than complete absence of disagreement. History reminds us that even the most admired partnerships faced challenges. No relationship is entirely free from misunderstanding. The ability to repair emotional connection after conflict may be one of humanity's most valuable social skills. Modern neuroscience also challenges another popular myth, that emotions and reason constantly oppose one another. Earlier generations often imagined the brain as divided into separate emotional and logical systems. Current research reveals a far more integrated picture. Decision-making relies upon cooperation between emotional processing and rational evaluation. Patients with damage affecting emotional brain regions sometimes struggle to make even simple practical decisions. Emotion helps prioritize information. Reason evaluates possibilities. Healthy decision-making depends upon both working together. Perhaps one of the most reassuring discoveries involves personality itself. People often ask whether attraction depends entirely upon genetics. Twin studies suggest that genetics certainly influence personality, temperament, and aspects of social behavior. Yet genes never tell the whole story. Life experiences continuously reshape the brain through neuroplasticity. People learn, adapt, recover, develop new habits, acquire greater emotional maturity. Relationships themselves become powerful teachers. Every meaningful connection leaves lasting impressions upon the nervous system. Another widespread misunderstanding concerns aging. Popular media frequently portrays romance as belonging primarily to the young. Scientific evidence strongly disagrees. Studies consistently demonstrate that emotional intimacy remains deeply important throughout later adulthood. Many older adults report profound satisfaction from companionship, shared memories, affection, and mutual understanding. The form of attraction may change. Its significance often does not. This realization reflects something fundamental about human evolution. Our need for meaningful connection extends across the entire lifespan. Finally, there is perhaps the greatest myth of all, that science has somehow solved love. The truth is almost the opposite. The more researchers learn about the brain, evolution, and human relationships, the more they appreciate their extraordinary complexity. Every discovery answers one question while raising several more. Why does one memory remain unforgettable for decades? Why do certain voices bring comfort almost instantly? How do culture, biology, and personal history combine so uniquely in every individual? Science continues searching, not because previous generations failed, but because the human mind remains one of nature's most intricate creations. Each decade brings new technologies capable of revealing details our ancestors could scarcely imagine. Brain imaging becomes more precise. Genetics grows more sophisticated. Artificial intelligence helps analyze enormous biological datasets. Yet despite these advances, one lesson remains constant. Love cannot be reduced to a single hormone. Attraction cannot be explained by one evolutionary theory. Human relationships are living systems shaped simultaneously by biology, psychology, history, culture, memory, and choice. As we move forward, another fascinating question emerges. How has modern science, through genetics, neuroscience, and cutting-edge research, begun uncovering entirely new insights into human attraction that previous generations never had the tools to explore? The answers are leading researchers into one of the most exciting frontiers in the study of what it truly means to be human. If a scientist from the early 19th century could step into a modern neuroscience laboratory, the experience would seem almost unimaginable. Instead of relying only on observation and careful notes, they would find machines capable of watching blood flow through a living brain. They would see computers analyzing billions of pieces of genetic information. They would discover artificial intelligence helping researchers identify patterns too complex for the human eye to recognize. The questions, however, would remain surprisingly familiar. Why do people become attached to one another? How does the brain remember someone for decades? What role do genes play in attraction? Modern science has not replaced these ancient questions. It has simply given humanity better tools with which to investigate them. One of the greatest revolutions began with genetics. When scientists first decoded the human genome in the early 21st century, many people hoped they would quickly discover individual genes responsible for personality, intelligence, or even love itself. Reality proved far more complicated. Researchers soon realized that human behavior is influenced not by one or two genes, but by thousands working together. Each contributes only a tiny effect. Genes build the biological framework of the brain. They influence how neurons grow, how hormones are regulated, and how different parts of the nervous system communicate. But genes do not write the complete story. Life experience continues editing that story every day. This understanding gave rise to another fascinating field known as epigenetics. Unlike changes in DNA itself, epigenetic processes influence how genes are switched on or off. Nutrition, stress, sleep, physical activity, exposure to pollution. Even certain social experiences may influence gene expression. Scientists continue studying these mechanisms carefully. What has become increasingly clear is that biology is not fixed from birth. The body remains responsive to the environment throughout life. This does not mean that thoughts alone can rewrite DNA. Rather, it demonstrates that genes and environment remain in constant conversation. The brain tells a similar story. For centuries, many scientists believed the adult brain changed very little after maturity. Modern neuroscience has overturned that assumption. Researchers now know that the brain remains remarkably adaptable throughout life. This ability is called neuroplasticity. Whenever you learn a new language, practice a musical instrument, develop a friendship, recover after hardship, or build trust with another person, neural connections are strengthened, weakened, or reorganized. The brain is constantly remodeling itself. This discovery transformed psychology. Love is no longer viewed simply as an emotion that happens to people. It is also understood as an experience that changes the brain itself. Long-term relationships leave measurable biological traces. Shared routines become automatic. Memories become interconnected. Partners often begin anticipating one another's reactions with surprising accuracy. Years of living together create deeply established neural pathways. Researchers have even observed that long-term couples sometimes synchronize aspects of their daily behavior without conscious awareness. Walking pace, speaking rhythm, sleeping schedules, facial expressions. These similarities emerge gradually through thousands of shared experiences rather than deliberate imitation. Another remarkable advance has come from functional brain imaging. Using technologies such as functional magnetic resonance imaging, scientists can observe changes in blood flow associated with neural activity while volunteers perform specific tasks. Participants may look at photographs of loved ones, close friends, strangers, or familiar faces while researchers compare patterns of brain activation. These studies consistently demonstrate that emotional attachment involves multiple interconnected brain regions rather than one isolated love center. Areas involved in reward, memory, attention, emotion, self-awareness, and social understanding all contribute simultaneously. Perhaps the most important lesson from this research is that love is not a single process. It is an entire network. Different stages of relationships involve different patterns of activity. Early attraction often emphasizes motivation and novelty. Long-term attachment increasingly involves trust, emotional security, familiarity, and shared memory. Each stage reflects different aspects of the brain working together. Artificial intelligence has recently opened another exciting chapter. Modern AI systems can analyze enormous medical datasets far faster than any individual researcher. They identify subtle relationships between genetics, brain imaging, hormones, health, and behavior that previously remained hidden. Importantly, AI does not replace scientists. Instead, it helps reveal patterns requiring further investigation. Researchers still design experiments, interpret evidence, test hypotheses. AI simply accelerates the process of discovery. Scientists are also becoming increasingly interested in the relationship between physical health and emotional connection. Decades of research suggest that strong social relationships contribute positively to overall well-being. People with supportive friendships and stable family relationships often experience lower levels of chronic stress, better mental health, and in many studies, improved long-term health outcomes. The reasons are complex. Supportive relationships may encourage healthier lifestyles, reduce loneliness, provide emotional resilience during difficult periods, improve recovery from illness. Once again, biology and environment work together. Sleep has emerged as another surprising area of research. Neuroscientists have discovered that sleep plays a critical role in emotional regulation and memory consolidation. During sleep, especially during rapid eye movement or REM sleep, the brain processes emotional experiences from the day. Healthy sleep appears essential for maintaining balanced emotional responses. Chronic sleep deprivation, by contrast, often increases irritability, reduces patience, and impairs communication. Something as ordinary as consistent sleep can quietly influence the quality of relationships. Nutrition and physical exercise also affect the brain systems involved in mood and emotional well-being. Regular physical activity improves blood flow to the brain, supports neuroplasticity, and contributes to healthier regulation of stress hormones. Exercise also promotes the release of endorphins and other neurochemicals associated with positive mood. These discoveries remind us that emotional life cannot be separated from physical health. The brain is part of the body. It depends upon the body's overall condition. Researchers continue exploring another intriguing question. How much of attraction reflects conscious choice, and how much occurs automatically? The answer appears to involve both. The brain unconsciously processes enormous amounts of information before awareness begins. Yet humans possess something equally remarkable: reflection. People evaluate their own feelings. They reconsider first impressions. They change opinions. They make commitments based not only upon immediate attraction but also upon values, ethics, and long-term goals. This ability distinguishes human relationships from simple instinct. Culture, education, and personal experience continually shape biological tendencies. Perhaps one of the most exciting frontiers lies in understanding loneliness. For much of history, loneliness was viewed mainly as an emotional experience. Today, psychologists and neuroscientists recognize it as an important public health issue. Humans evolved as highly social beings. Extended isolation can influence stress hormones, sleep, mood, immune function, and cognitive performance. Meaningful relationships therefore contribute not only to happiness, but to overall health. This discovery reinforces one of evolution's oldest lessons. Connection is not merely desirable. For humans, it has always been essential. As extraordinary as modern technology has become, scientists remain humble. Every new discovery reveals additional complexity. The human brain continues surprising researchers. Genetics continues revealing unexpected interactions. Culture continues influencing biology in ways still being investigated. Perhaps that humility represents science at its best. Not claiming final answers, but continually asking better questions. And as our journey approaches its final chapters, one profound question remains. After millions of years of evolution, thousands of years of civilization, and centuries of scientific discovery, what does all this knowledge ultimately reveal about the human search for love, companionship, and connection? And why has that search remained one of the defining stories of our species from the very beginning? If you could gather every human being who has ever lived into one enormous conversation, stretching across thousands of generations, one subject would appear again and again. Not kings, not wars, not inventions, not wealth, but relationships. From the earliest hunter-gatherer camps to today's crowded cities, people have always searched for companionship, trust, belonging, and someone with whom they could share life's uncertainties. History records countless battles. Archaeology uncovers forgotten civilizations. Science explains biological mechanisms. Yet beneath every era lies the same quiet truth. Human beings have always depended upon one another. That dependence did not begin with civilization. It began long before written language. Anthropologists studying early Homo sapiens believe that cooperation became one of our species' greatest evolutionary advantages. Unlike many predators, humans were neither the fastest nor the strongest animals on Earth. Alone humans standing against a lion, a bear, or even harsh winter conditions would have faced enormous challenges. But humans rarely survived alone. They survived together. Small groups shared food. They protected children collectively. They cared for injured members. Older individuals passed knowledge to younger generations. The ability to build lasting social relationships became just as important as physical strength. One fascinating clue comes from archaeology itself. Scientists have discovered prehistoric human skeletons showing evidence of severe injuries that had completely healed before death. Some individuals survived broken legs. Others lived for years after losing the use of certain limbs. Without modern medicine, such recoveries would have been nearly impossible without assistance from others. Someone gathered food. Someone offered protection. Someone stayed nearby. These ancient bones reveal something remarkable. Compassion has a history. Long before hospitals existed, long before governments created social services, human communities were already helping vulnerable members survive. This capacity for care gradually strengthened emotional bonds. The brain rewarded cooperation because cooperation improved survival. Over thousands of generations, helping others became deeply connected with human social life. Modern neuroscience supports this idea. Acts of generosity often activate reward-related brain networks. Helping another person can produce genuine feelings of satisfaction. Researchers sometimes describe this as prosocial behavior, actions intended to benefit others. Such behaviors appear across cultures, suggesting they represent a deeply rooted aspect of human psychology. Evolutionary biologists propose several explanations. Helping relatives increases the likelihood that shared genes continue into future generations. Helping unrelated individuals may strengthen reciprocal cooperation. Communities built upon trust often outperform communities dominated by constant conflict. These ideas are not mutually exclusive. Together they help explain why cooperation became such a powerful force throughout human history. Language accelerated this process dramatically. Unlike any other species, humans developed complex spoken language capable of describing events beyond the present moment. People could warn one another about danger, teach hunting techniques, explain medicinal plants, share family histories, tell stories. Most importantly, language allowed humans to discuss relationships themselves. Promises became possible. Apologies became meaningful. Advice could be passed across generations. Parents taught children not only survival skills, but social values. Honesty, loyalty, respect, responsibility. These ideas spread through conversation long before they appeared in written laws. As civilizations expanded, moral philosophies emerged independently in many parts of the world. Despite enormous cultural differences, several recurring themes appeared repeatedly. Treat others fairly, care for family, protect children, honor commitments, value honesty, practice compassion. Historians often find these principles expressed differently across societies, yet their underlying purpose remained remarkably similar. Stable relationships strengthened stable communities. Religious traditions also played a significant role. Whether in ancient Egypt, India, China, Greece, the Middle East, Africa, or the Americas, many belief systems emphasized family responsibility and social harmony. Although customs varied widely, most recognized that strong relationships contributed to the well-being of both individuals and society. Religion often reinforced values that had already proven beneficial through centuries of shared human experience. Meanwhile, philosophers asked questions that scientists would later investigate through experiments. Is love an emotion or a choice? Can trust be earned? What creates genuine friendship? Why do people sacrifice for those they care about? Thinkers from many civilizations approached these questions differently, yet all recognized their importance. Modern psychology has begun answering some of them. Trust, for example, develops gradually through repeated positive interactions. The brain continuously compares expectations with reality. When someone behaves consistently over time, neural systems involved in prediction become increasingly confident. Reliability reduces uncertainty. Reduced uncertainty encourages emotional security. Security allows deeper attachment to develop. This process may seem obvious today, yet it reflects millions of years of evolutionary refinement. Our ancestors benefited enormously from recognizing dependable companions. Another remarkable feature of human relationships is forgiveness. Many animals remember threats and avoid danger. Humans do that as well. But humans also possess the capacity to repair damaged relationships. Friends reconcile. Families rebuild trust. Communities recover after conflict. Forgiveness does not erase memory. Rather, it represents a conscious decision to move forward under appropriate circumstances. Neuroscientists continue studying the brain mechanisms involved in forgiveness, empathy, and reconciliation. These abilities appear closely connected to regions involved in emotional regulation and perspective-taking. Perhaps no other species demonstrates such sophisticated social repair. This flexibility allowed human societies to remain stable despite inevitable disagreements. History repeatedly demonstrates that cooperation often achieves more than conflict. The greatest scientific discoveries, the largest architectural achievements, the development of agriculture, the spread of education, the advancement of medicine, none resulted from isolated individuals working entirely alone. Each required cooperation across generations. Human progress itself became an extension of humanity's remarkable ability to build relationships. Even today, modern cities depend upon strangers trusting one another every day. People board airplanes designed by engineers they have never met. They visit physicians trained by teachers from previous generations. They purchase food grown hundreds of miles away. Civilization functions because millions of relationships, direct and indirect, operate simultaneously. Trust extends far beyond family. It reaches across entire societies. Yet despite this extraordinary capacity for cooperation, humans remain imperfect. Misunderstandings occur. Conflict arises. Bias influences judgment. Fear sometimes overcomes compassion. Evolution did not create flawless beings. It created adaptable ones. The same brain capable of extraordinary kindness can also experience jealousy, anger, suspicion, or grief. Understanding these emotions became one of psychology's greatest challenges. Researchers gradually realized that negative emotions are not simply mistakes. Fear protects against danger. Jealousy may have evolved partly to protect valued relationships, though it can become harmful when excessive. Sadness encourages reflection and may strengthen social support after loss. Every emotion carries both evolutionary purpose and potential cost. The goal is not eliminating emotion. It is learning to understand and regulate it. This realization leads us toward one of the most important lessons of modern science. Human relationships are neither purely instinctive nor purely rational. They are living systems shaped continuously by biology, experience, memory, culture, and conscious choice. Every generation inherits ancient neural circuits forged by evolution. Every generation also reshapes those circuits through education, technology, changing social norms, and personal experience. The story of human attraction is therefore still unfolding. It did not end with our ancestors. It continues with every child born today. And as humanity enters an age of artificial intelligence, genetic medicine, virtual communication, and rapidly changing societies, scientists are beginning to ask an entirely new question. How will the future transform one of the oldest human experiences of all, the search for love, connection, and belonging? For almost all of human history, relationships were shaped by geography. People usually met those who lived nearby. Families knew one another. Neighbors worked together. Villages remained small enough that familiar faces became part of everyday life. A person's future partner often lived only a few miles away. The choices available to our ancestors were limited not by emotion, but by distance. That simple reality changed more dramatically during the last 2 centuries than at any previous time in human history. The Industrial Revolution transformed where people lived. Railroads connected distant cities. Steamships crossed oceans. Factories attracted workers from rural villages into rapidly growing urban centers. For the first time in history, millions of people regularly encountered strangers from different regions, cultures, and social backgrounds. The human brain, however, remained essentially the same. The biological systems that had evolved for small communities suddenly found themselves navigating enormous cities filled with unfamiliar faces. This marked the beginning of a fascinating interaction between ancient evolution and modern civilization. Anthropologists sometimes describe this as an evolutionary mismatch. A biological system adapted for one environment now operates in a very different one. The human preference for sweet foods evolved when calories were scarce. Today, abundant processed food can challenge that same system. Likewise, our social brains evolved in communities where people knew most members personally. Modern cities contain millions of strangers. Yet the brain still searches for familiarity, trust, and belonging. Technology accelerated these changes even further. The invention of the telephone allowed conversations across great distances. Photography preserved faces long after people separated. Radio carried voices into homes. Television introduced personalities known by millions who had never met them. Then came the internet. Within only a few decades, communication changed more rapidly than during the previous several thousand years combined. Today, someone in New York can speak instantly with another person in London, Tokyo, Sydney, or Cape Town. Distance, once one of evolution's greatest limitations, has become far less important. Psychologists have become deeply interested in how these changes influence human relationships. The answer is both encouraging and complex. Technology has expanded opportunities for connection. People separated by oceans can maintain friendships. Families remain in contact despite migration. Researchers collaborate across continents. Individuals with rare medical conditions can find supportive communities online. Never before have humans possessed such extraordinary communication tools. Yet every innovation introduces new challenges. The human brain still depends upon many forms of communication that extend beyond words. Facial expressions, tone of voice, eye contact, body language, physical presence, shared environments. These signals evolved over millions of years. Digital communication captures some of them, but not all. A written message, for example, lacks facial expression. The same sentence may sound humorous, serious, or critical depending upon how it is interpreted. Misunderstandings therefore become more likely. Researchers studying online communication consistently observe that context matters enormously. The brain naturally fills missing information, sometimes accurately, sometimes not. Social media has created another entirely new environment. For the first time in history, individuals regularly compare themselves with hundreds or even thousands of other people every day. From an evolutionary perspective, this situation is unprecedented. Our ancestors compared themselves primarily with members of relatively small communities. Today's digital platforms present carefully selected moments from millions of lives. Psychologists have documented that excessive social comparison can influence self-esteem, body image, and emotional well-being. Importantly, the issue is not technology itself. It is how technology interacts with ancient psychological systems that evolved under very different conditions. Another major change concerns the age at which people form long-term partnerships. Throughout much of history, life expectancy was considerably shorter than today. Educational opportunities were different. Economic systems differed. Family structures differed. Modern societies have introduced longer periods of education, later career development, and greater personal choice in many parts of the world. As a result, the timing of relationships has become increasingly diverse. Some people marry early, others much later. Some choose not to marry at all. Anthropologists emphasize that human flexibility has always been one of our species' greatest strengths. Culture adapts. Individuals adapt. Biology provides possibilities rather than strict instructions. Modern neuroscience has also transformed our understanding of communication. Researchers studying conversation discovered something remarkable. During meaningful discussions, the brains of two people often begin displaying synchronized patterns of activity. This phenomenon, sometimes called neural coupling, suggests that successful communication involves far more than exchanging words. Listeners actively predict what speakers are about to say. Speakers adjust their explanations based upon listeners' reactions. Understanding emerges through continuous interaction. This may help explain why genuine conversation often creates stronger emotional connection than passive communication alone. Listening itself becomes an act of cooperation. Empathy, too, has become a major focus of scientific research. Using brain imaging, psychologists have observed that imagining another person's perspective activates networks involved in social cognition. Humans possess an extraordinary capacity to infer what others may be thinking or feeling. This ability, often called theory of mind, develops gradually during childhood and continues improving through experience. It allows friendships to deepen, families to cooperate, communities to function. Civilization itself depends upon understanding minds beyond our own. Artificial intelligence has recently entered this conversation as well. Researchers are exploring how AI might assist mental health, relationship education, communication training, and psychological research. Yet nearly every expert emphasizes the same limitation. Technology can provide information. It cannot replace genuine human relationships. Algorithms process data. People experience emotion. Machines recognize patterns. Humans create meaning. That distinction remains profoundly important. The future will almost certainly introduce even more technological change. Virtual reality, advanced robotics, brain-computer interfaces, genetic medicine. Each innovation will influence society in ways that are difficult to predict fully. But one lesson from evolutionary history remains remarkably consistent. Human biology changes slowly. Culture changes rapidly. Understanding both is essential. Perhaps this explains why many timeless human experiences remain unchanged despite extraordinary technological progress. Parents still comfort frightened children. Friends still gather to share stories. Families still celebrate together. People still grieve loss. Strangers still become lifelong companions. A warm smile still communicates welcome across languages. A familiar voice still brings comfort during difficult moments. The human brain, shaped by millions of years of evolution, continues responding to these ancient signals even in the digital age. As our journey moves toward its conclusion, one final question deserves careful attention. After examining evolution, neuroscience, hormones, anthropology, psychology, history, and modern technology, what do all these fields ultimately tell us about one of humanity's oldest mysteries? Not simply how attraction begins, but why the search for love, belonging, and meaningful connection has remained central to every civilization that has ever existed. That answer may reveal something far deeper than romance alone. It may reveal what it truly means to be human. As our journey has unfolded, we have traveled across millions of years of evolution, through the rise of ancient civilizations, into the intricate networks of the human brain, and finally into the rapidly changing world of modern science. At first, the question seemed simple. Why do humans fall in love? Why do people feel attraction? What causes emotional attachment? Yet, every scientific discovery has revealed that these experiences cannot be explained by a single answer. Instead, they emerge from countless biological, psychological, social, and cultural processes working together across an entire lifetime. Perhaps that is what makes humanity so extraordinary. The same biological systems that helped our ancestors survive harsh Ice Age winters continue operating inside every modern person today. Your heartbeat still responds to stress much as it did thousands of generations ago. Your brain still rewards trust. It still remembers kindness. It still recognizes familiar faces. It still searches for belonging. Evolution did not disappear as civilization advanced. It simply became woven into increasingly complex societies. One of the most remarkable lessons from anthropology is that no civilization has existed without relationships. Ancient hunter-gatherers relied upon cooperation. The first farming communities depended upon families working together through changing seasons. The great cities of Mesopotamia, Egypt, Greece, Rome, China, India, the Americas, and countless other cultures all developed systems that strengthen social bonds. Marriage, friendship, kinship, community, and shared responsibility appeared in different forms across history, but the underlying purpose remained strikingly similar. Humans survive best together. This realization is supported by biology. Unlike many animals, human children require years of protection, education, and emotional support before reaching adulthood. That prolonged childhood shaped the evolution of cooperation itself. Parents invested in children. Grandparents shared knowledge. Communities protected one another. The success of one generation became the foundation for the next. Love, in this broader scientific sense, became more than romance. It became an evolutionary strategy that strengthened families, communities, and ultimately civilizations. Psychology adds another important layer to this understanding. Researchers now recognize that emotional security influences nearly every stage of life. Children who experience supportive relationships often develop greater confidence exploring the world. Adults with trusted friendships frequently cope more effectively with stress. Older individuals who remain socially connected often report greater life satisfaction and, in many studies, experience better overall health. Connection is not simply pleasant. It is deeply intertwined with human well-being. The brain itself reflects this truth. Every meaningful relationship changes neural pathways. Memories become linked with people. Voices become associated with comfort. Places become filled with emotional significance because of the individuals who shared them with us. A familiar photograph can awaken decades-old memories within seconds. A forgotten melody may suddenly bring back an entire chapter of life. The brain stores relationships not as isolated events, but as living networks of experience. Even grief demonstrates the depth of these connections. When people lose someone they love, the brain does not simply erase that person from memory. Instead, it gradually learns to adapt to a world that has changed. Neuroscientists sometimes describe grief as the process through which the brain slowly updates its expectations after profound loss. Healing rarely means forgetting. It means learning to carry memory in a different way. This remarkable adaptability reflects one of evolution's greatest gifts. Humans possess resilience. Again and again throughout history, individuals have survived hardship, rebuilt communities, formed new friendships, and discovered hope after immense loss. Another lesson emerges from evolutionary biology itself. Nature never aimed to create perfect happiness. Evolution favors survival and reproduction rather than permanent comfort. Fear protects against danger. Pain warns of injury. Stress prepares the body for challenge. Even jealousy, although potentially harmful when excessive, may have originated as one mechanism helping protect valued social bonds. The goal of the human brain is not endless pleasure. It is successful adaptation. Understanding this changes how we think about happiness. Instead of expecting life without difficulty, psychology increasingly emphasizes resilience, emotional regulation, meaningful relationships, and purpose. People who find purpose often navigate challenges more successfully than those pursuing pleasure alone. Purpose gives suffering context. Relationships provide support. Together they strengthen resilience. Modern neuroscience also reminds us of something deeply hopeful. The brain remains capable of change throughout life. New friendships can form in later adulthood. Old misunderstandings can sometimes be repaired. Skills can be learned. Habits can improve. Compassion can grow. The nervous system continues adapting with every meaningful experience. This is one reason education matters so profoundly. Knowledge itself changes the brain. Every book read, every conversation shared, every scientific discovery understood leaves physical traces within neural circuits. Learning is not abstract. It is biological. As humanity enters an age of unprecedented technological advancement, this understanding becomes increasingly valuable. Artificial intelligence will transform research. Genetics will continue advancing medicine. Brain imaging will become even more precise. Psychology will deepen our understanding of emotion. Yet despite these extraordinary developments, one reality is unlikely to change. Human beings will continue searching for connection. No technology has replaced friendship. No machine has eliminated the need for trust. No invention has removed the importance of empathy. These qualities remain central because they are rooted deeply within our evolutionary history. Perhaps that is the greatest scientific lesson of all. Love is neither a mystical force beyond explanation nor merely a chemical reaction inside the brain. It is both biology and experience, instinct and learning, evolution and culture, memory and imagination, hormones and conscious choice. Every relationship reflects millions of years of natural history combined with the unique story of two individual lives. When scientists study attraction, they are not attempting to reduce humanity to equations or hormones. They are trying to understand one of nature's most remarkable achievements. A species capable of recognizing itself in others, capable of caring for strangers, capable of building civilizations through cooperation, capable of preserving stories across thousands of generations, capable of asking not only how life continues, but why life becomes meaningful. That question has echoed through philosophy, religion, literature, and science alike. Each discipline offers part of the answer. Together, they reveal a portrait of humanity that is both ancient and astonishingly modern. And yet, despite everything researchers have discovered, from DNA and hormones to brain scans and evolutionary theory, perhaps the greatest mystery is not why humans developed the capacity to love. Perhaps the greater mystery is why that capacity continues inspiring every generation to search for connection, to create families, to write poetry, to compose music, to build communities, and to imagine a better future together. Because in the end, the story of attraction is not simply the story of reproduction. It is the story of civilization itself. Long before the first cities rose from river valleys, long before philosophers debated the meaning of love, long before scientists placed a human brain inside an MRI scanner, our ancestors were already making one decision that would shape the future of humanity. They were choosing whom to trust. Trust may seem like an ordinary word today, yet from an evolutionary perspective, it may have been one of the greatest survival tools ever developed. Imagine a small group of early Homo sapiens living nearly 100,000 years ago. Food is scarce. Predators roam nearby. The weather changes without warning. Every hunting expedition carries risk. Every journey beyond the camp could become dangerous. In such an environment, survival rarely depended upon individual strength alone. It depended upon cooperation. A hunter injured during a chase needed others to carry him home. A mother caring for a newborn depended upon the protection and support of family members. Older adults, though no longer physically dominant, carried knowledge about seasons, edible plants, migration routes, and dangerous animals. Every member contributed differently. Trust became the invisible thread holding the group together. Anthropologists often describe humans as an ultrasocial species. Compared with nearly every other mammal, our ability to cooperate with unrelated individuals is extraordinary. Chimpanzees cooperate. Wolves cooperate. Elephants cooperate. But humans expanded cooperation to a scale unmatched anywhere else in nature. Entire villages, cities, nations, global scientific communities. Millions of strangers working toward shared goals. This remarkable achievement began with something much smaller, the ability to trust another person. Psychologists define trust as the expectation that someone will act in a reliable, honest, or supportive manner. Although the definition sounds simple, the brain performs an astonishing number of calculations before trust develops. Every interaction becomes evidence. Did the person keep their promise? Did they tell the truth? Were they dependable during difficult moments? Could they be relied upon again? The brain quietly records these experiences. Memory becomes the foundation of trust. Researchers studying social neuroscience have identified several brain regions involved in evaluating trustworthiness. The prefrontal cortex helps assess decisions and future consequences. The amygdala rapidly evaluates potential threats. The hippocampus stores memories of previous interactions. Together, These systems constantly update expectations about other people. Trust is therefore not blind. It is learned, and once established, it influences countless future decisions. Interestingly, humans are remarkably sensitive to fairness. Even young children often react strongly when resources are divided unequally. Experiments in developmental psychology show that toddlers begin demonstrating expectations about fairness much earlier than scientists once believed. Why would evolution favor such behavior? One explanation is simple. Communities where cooperation remained fair were more likely to survive over generations. Individuals who repeatedly exploited others risked losing valuable social support. Fairness strengthened long-term cooperation. This principle extends far beyond childhood. Economists, psychologists, and anthropologists have repeatedly demonstrated that trust supports successful societies. Businesses depend upon contracts being honored. Hospitals depend upon cooperation between professionals. Air travel depends upon thousands of individuals performing specialized tasks responsibly. Modern civilization itself rests upon invisible networks of trust. Without them, daily life would become nearly impossible. Yet trust is never guaranteed. History contains countless examples of betrayal, broken promises, fraud, conflict, war. The same cognitive abilities allowing humans to cooperate also allow deception. This duality has fascinated scientists for decades. Why would evolution permit dishonesty? The answer appears to lie in competition. Occasionally, deception may provide short-term advantages. However, over longer periods, repeated dishonesty often damages reputation. Human societies developed powerful mechanisms to address this challenge. Memory, reputation, social norms, laws, moral systems. Together they encourage cooperation while discouraging harmful behavior. Reputation became especially important. Anthropologists studying small traditional societies frequently observe that individuals quickly become known for their reliability, or their lack of it. Generosity increases social standing. Repeated selfishness often reduces it. Modern social media may seem entirely new, yet reputation has influenced human communities for tens of thousands of years. Only the technology has changed. The underlying psychology remains remarkably familiar. Another fascinating aspect of trust involves vulnerability. Trust cannot exist without some degree of uncertainty. When two people form a close friendship or a long-term partnership, each gradually shares personal thoughts, fears, hopes, and memories. This process requires confidence that the other person will respond with care rather than exploitation. Neuroscientists believe oxytocin may contribute to certain aspects of this process by supporting social bonding under appropriate circumstances. However, researchers emphasize once again that no hormone creates trust by itself. Trust develops through repeated actions over time. One promise kept, then another. One challenge overcome together, then another. Years later, these countless small moments become something extraordinarily valuable. A dependable relationship. History offers countless examples. During polar expeditions, survival depended upon absolute trust among team members. During dangerous sea voyages, sailors relied upon one another through storms that could last for weeks. Astronauts preparing for space missions spend years building trust before leaving Earth. The environment changes. The biological principle remains constant. Humans accomplish extraordinary things when they trust one another. Scientists have also studied what happens when trust breaks. Psychological stress often increases. The brain becomes more alert to possible danger. Future relationships may require greater caution. Yet here again, neuroplasticity offers hope. People can rebuild trust. Communities recover after disasters. Former enemies sometimes become partners. History contains remarkable examples of reconciliation following devastating conflict. These recoveries require patience, honesty, accountability, and consistent action. There are no shortcuts. The brain updates trust gradually because survival has always depended upon accurate judgment. Modern relationship researchers consistently reach a similar conclusion. The strongest long-term relationships are rarely built upon dramatic gestures alone. Instead, they grow through ordinary daily behaviors, listening carefully, keeping promises, showing respect, offering support during difficult moments, celebrating successes together. Small actions repeated consistently often shape relationships more profoundly than occasional extraordinary events. Perhaps this reflects one of evolution's deepest lessons. Life itself consists primarily of ordinary days. Evolution favored systems that strengthen cooperation not only during crises but during everyday existence. As decades pass, those ordinary moments accumulate into shared history. Shared history becomes trust. Trust becomes belonging. Belonging becomes one of the strongest predictors of human well-being. Yet there remains another extraordinary ability that separates humans from nearly every other species. Not merely the ability to trust, but the ability to imagine the future together. Humans do not simply build relationships based on the present moment. They create plans, dreams, promises, families, civilizations. The next chapter of our story explores how this uniquely human capacity for imagining tomorrow transformed attraction into something far greater than biology alone. It transformed it into hope itself. Perhaps the greatest difference between humans and every other known species is not intelligence alone. Many animals solve problems. Some use tools. Others recognize themselves in mirrors. Several species communicate with remarkable sophistication. Yet humans possess an ability that reaches far beyond immediate survival. They can imagine futures that do not yet exist. A child imagines becoming a scientist. An architect imagines a city before the first stone is laid. Explorers imagine continents they have never seen. Parents imagine the lives their children may someday live. Couples imagine growing old together long before either of them has gray hair. This extraordinary ability to mentally travel through time is one of the defining characteristics of the human brain. Neuroscientists call this episodic future thinking. It allows people to construct detailed mental simulations of events that have not yet happened. The same brain networks that help us remember the past also help us imagine the future. Researchers have discovered that the hippocampus, essential for forming memories, is also heavily involved when people picture future experiences. This is no coincidence. To imagine tomorrow, the brain recombines pieces of yesterday. Old memories become the building blocks of future possibilities. From an evolutionary perspective, this ability changed everything. Early humans no longer responded only to immediate danger. They could prepare for seasons that had not yet arrived. Store food before winter. Plan migrations months in advance. Teach children skills they would need years later. Relationships also became future-oriented. Instead of cooperating only for today's hunt, people formed partnerships capable of lasting decades. That long-term thinking transformed families, communities, and eventually civilizations. Anthropologists often point out that humans invest an extraordinary amount of time in raising children. No other primate requires such an extended period of learning before reaching adulthood. Language, social rules, tool-making, agriculture, mathematics, writing, medicine, engineering. Every generation must pass this knowledge to the next. Without planning for the future, civilization itself could never exist. Relationships therefore became investments extending far beyond individual lifetimes. Parents planted trees whose shade they might never enjoy. Builders constructed cathedrals that would take generations to complete. Scientists devoted entire careers to discoveries that future researchers would continue. Human cooperation expanded across time itself. Psychologists have become increasingly interested in how future thinking influences relationships. Research suggests that couples who share long-term goals often report greater relationship stability. These goals need not be extraordinary. Raising children, building a home, traveling together, supporting one another through careers, growing old side by side. Shared purpose provides direction during difficult periods. When challenges arise, a common vision of the future helps maintain resilience. Interestingly, the brain appears to reward progress toward meaningful goals. Each small achievement reinforces motivation. Saving money for a future home, completing an education, recovering after illness together. These experiences strengthen not only individual confidence, but shared identity. Two people gradually begin thinking in terms of we, rather than only I. Neuroscientists believe this shift reflects changes in how the brain represents close relationships. Partners become integrated into one another's mental models of daily life. This process takes years. It cannot be rushed. Another remarkable aspect of future thinking is hope. Unlike optimism, which expects positive outcomes, hope involves believing that meaningful goals remain possible even during hardship. Psychologists studying resilience consistently identify hope as one of the strongest predictors of recovery following adversity. Hope encourages planning. Planning encourages action. Action creates opportunity. From an evolutionary perspective, individuals who continued searching for solutions during difficult periods often improve their chances of survival. Hope, therefore, became more than emotion. It became adaptive. History offers countless examples. Communities rebuilding after earthquakes. Families recovering from war. Scientists continuing research despite repeated failure. Explorers crossing unknown oceans. Every great achievement required imagining success before evidence guaranteed it. Relationships reflect this same principle. Every lasting partnership begins with uncertainty. No one can predict the future completely. Trust develops despite uncertainty. Commitment exists despite uncertainty. Hope bridges the gap between present reality and imagined tomorrow. Modern neuroscience also reveals something fascinating about shared experiences. When two people repeatedly solve problems together, their brains become increasingly efficient at anticipating one another's responses. Long-term partners often divide responsibilities naturally. One remembers birthdays. The other manages travel plans. One cooks. The other organizes finances. Psychologists sometimes describe this as a transactive memory system. Instead of each person remembering everything individually, knowledge becomes distributed across the relationship. Together, they function more effectively than either could alone. This principle extends beyond families. Research teams, emergency responders, military units, sports teams. Successful groups often develop similar patterns of shared knowledge. Cooperation literally changes how information is organized. Another uniquely human ability involves making promises. A promise is more than words. It is a declaration about future behavior. Only a species capable of imagining tomorrow can truly promise anything. Laws, contracts, marriage vows, scientific collaborations, international treaties, all depend upon confidence that future actions will match present commitments. Civilization itself rests upon this remarkable cognitive achievement. Of course, humans do not always keep promises. History reminds us of failures as well as successes. Broken trust has altered nations, ended friendships, started wars, damaged families. Yet the very existence of disappointment reveals something important. People expect promises to matter. That expectation exists because cooperation has proven so valuable throughout our evolutionary history. Perhaps nowhere is future thinking more visible than in education. Every lesson taught to a child reflects confidence that tomorrow matters. Teachers invest years preparing students they may never meet again as adults. Parents encourage perseverance because they imagine possibilities still invisible. Researchers spend decades studying diseases hoping future generations will benefit. This willingness to work for outcomes beyond immediate reward distinguishes human civilization from every other known form of life. Science itself represents humanity's longest conversation across time. Each generation inherits knowledge accumulated by countless others. No scientist begins entirely from the beginning. Every discovery builds upon previous discoveries. Every question answered creates new questions. Knowledge becomes another form of inheritance. The same applies to culture. Stories, music, languages, traditions, ethics, art. They survive because each generation chooses to preserve them. Relationships make that preservation possible. Without cooperation, history would disappear. As our exploration continues, one final scientific mystery comes into view. For centuries, philosophers asked what gives human life meaning. Today, psychologists, neuroscientists, and evolutionary biologists approach that same question using evidence rather than speculation. Surprisingly, their findings point again and again toward a familiar conclusion. Meaning rarely emerges from isolation. It grows through purpose, contribution, community, and the enduring relationships that connect one human life to another across generations. For thousands of years, philosophers searched for the meaning of a good life. Ancient Greece debated the nature of happiness. Scholars in China explored harmony and virtue. Thinkers in India reflected on purpose, duty, and compassion. Religious traditions across the world asked why humans exist and how they should live. Although their answers differed, one question remained constant: what truly gives human life meaning? Today, psychology and neuroscience investigate that same question using scientific methods. Researchers conduct long-term studies, analyze health records, examine brain activity, and follow thousands of people across decades. The results have been surprisingly consistent. The strongest predictor of a meaningful life is rarely wealth alone. It is not fame. It is not social status. Again and again, one factor rises above almost every other: the quality of human relationships. One of the most influential projects in this field began nearly a century ago. The Harvard study of adult development, one of the longest-running scientific studies ever conducted, followed participants for decades, observing how different aspects of life influenced health and happiness as people aged. Researchers examined careers, income, education, physical health, personality, family life, friendships. The conclusions became increasingly clear as the years passed. People with strong, supportive relationships generally experienced better emotional well-being, lower levels of chronic stress, and, in many cases, healthier aging than those who remained socially isolated. The study did not suggest that relationships solve every problem. Life still includes illness, loss, disappointment, and uncertainty. But meaningful connections often provide resilience during those difficult moments. Psychologists describe resilience as the ability to recover and adapt after adversity. Resilience is not the absence of hardship. It is the capacity to continue despite hardship. Supportive relationships strengthen that capacity. When people face grief, financial struggles, illness, or unexpected change, emotional support helps regulate stress responses within the brain. Researchers studying stress have identified an important biological process. When humans encounter danger, the body activates what scientists call the fight-or-flight response. The adrenal glands release hormones such as adrenaline and cortisol. Heart rate increases. Breathing becomes faster. Attention narrows. These changes prepare the body to respond quickly. This system evolved because immediate action often meant survival. However, modern life presents a different challenge. Many sources of stress today are psychological rather than physical. Deadlines, financial worries, relationship conflicts, uncertainty about the future. Unlike a predator, these stressors may continue for weeks or months. Chronic activation of the stress response can influence sleep, mood, concentration, immune function, and overall health. Fortunately, the human nervous system possesses another remarkable ability. Supportive social interaction helps calm the stress response. A trusted conversation, a reassuring voice, a caring family member, a close friend. These experiences can reduce physiological stress and help restore emotional balance. This phenomenon is sometimes called social buffering. It illustrates one of evolution's oldest strategies. Humans cope better together than alone. Scientists have also explored the relationship between loneliness and health. Loneliness is not simply being physically alone. A person may stand in the middle of a crowded city and still feel profoundly lonely. Conversely, someone living in a quiet rural community may feel deeply connected through meaningful relationships. Psychologists distinguish between social isolation and perceived loneliness because they are not always the same. Research has shown that prolonged loneliness may influence mental health, cardiovascular health, sleep quality, and cognitive functioning. Again, the explanation lies partly in evolution. For most of human history, prolonged isolation often meant increased danger. The brain evolved to treat disconnection as something important requiring attention. Loneliness therefore functions much like hunger or thirst. It signals that an important human need may not be fully satisfied. Another fascinating discovery concerns gratitude. For centuries, gratitude was discussed primarily within philosophy and religion. Today, psychologists investigate it scientifically. Numerous studies suggest that regularly recognizing positive aspects of life can improve emotional well-being for many individuals. Gratitude appears to strengthen attention toward supportive relationships rather than focusing exclusively on difficulties. Importantly, gratitude is not pretending problems do not exist. Rather, it involves acknowledging both challenges and sources of support simultaneously. This balanced perspective often contributes to resilience. Purpose represents another central theme. Researchers consistently find that people who believe their lives contribute to something beyond themselves often report greater long-term satisfaction. Purpose can take many forms: raising children, teaching students, creating art, advancing science, serving communities, protecting nature, caring for family members. There is no single path. What matters is the sense that one's actions carry lasting significance. Evolutionary psychologists suggest that contributing to others often strengthened group survival throughout human history. Helping future generations became biologically and culturally valuable. One particularly moving area of research examines older adults. Contrary to stereotypes, many elderly individuals report that their greatest sources of happiness are not material possessions accumulated over decades. Instead, they frequently describe relationships, shared memories, grandchildren, lifelong friendships, acts of kindness, and time spent with loved ones. These observations remind us that while technology transforms society, many of humanity's deepest values remain remarkably stable. Memory itself also changes meaning over time. Neuroscientists have found that the brain does not store memories like a video recording. Instead, memories are reconstructed each time they are recalled. Emotion plays an important role in this process. Experiences connected to strong feelings often become especially memorable. Family celebrations, moments of forgiveness, childhood adventures, quiet conversations, the birth of a child, the loss of someone deeply loved. These experiences shape personal identity. In many ways, relationships become the framework through which people remember their own lives. Ask someone to describe their happiest moments. They rarely begin with objects. Instead, they speak about people: parents, children, friends, teachers, partners, mentors. The brain naturally organizes life around human connection. Perhaps this explains why every civilization has preserved stories. Stories allow memories to survive beyond individual lifetimes. Grandparents tell grandchildren about earlier generations. Books preserve forgotten voices. Historical records allow strangers separated by centuries to communicate through ideas. Science itself depends upon this continuity. Every researcher inherits knowledge built by previous generations. Every discovery becomes part of humanity's shared memory. In this sense, civilization resembles one enormous conversation stretching across thousands of years. Each generation listens, learns, adds something new, then passes it forward. The same principle applies to relationships. Every act of kindness, every lesson taught, every promise honored, every child encouraged, creates ripples extending far beyond the present moment. As psychologists increasingly recognize, meaning is rarely found in isolated achievements. It grows through connection, through contribution, through becoming part of something larger than oneself. And perhaps that is the deepest scientific lesson hidden within the study of love and attraction. The biological systems that first evolved to help two individuals form a bond eventually became the foundation for families, communities, cultures, and civilizations. What began as an evolutionary advantage ultimately became one of humanity's defining strengths. Yet one final chapter remains. After exploring our ancient past, our remarkable brains, our hormones, our relationships, and our search for meaning, we must now turn toward the future. What questions remain unanswered? What mysteries continue challenging scientists? And what might the next century reveal about one of the oldest and most fascinating stories in human history? Even after centuries of scientific discovery, the study of human attraction remains one of the youngest fields in modern science. Compared with astronomy, which has observed the stars for thousands of years, or physics, which describes the motion of planets and atoms, the scientific exploration of love, attachment, and human relationships has only recently gained the sophisticated tools needed to study the brain itself. In many ways, researchers are still standing at the beginning of the journey. Every year, laboratories around the world publish thousands of new studies exploring how humans think, feel, remember, and connect with one another. Many long-standing questions have been answered. Many more remain open. One of the most exciting frontiers involves the human brain's extraordinary complexity. Scientists estimate that the adult brain contains approximately 86 billion neurons. Each neuron may form thousands of connections with others. Together, these connections create networks so vast that they surpass the complexity of any machine humanity has ever built. Understanding how this network produces emotions, memories, consciousness, and relationships remains one of science's greatest challenges. Modern brain imaging continues improving every decade. Researchers can now observe brain activity with increasing precision while people solve problems, remember loved ones, recognize familiar voices, or experience different emotional states. Future technologies may reveal even more detailed patterns, helping scientists better understand how emotional attachment develops over months, years, and even entire lifetimes. Yet researchers consistently remind the public that brain scans do not read minds. They reveal patterns of activity, not private thoughts. Ethics, therefore, remains just as important as technology. Another rapidly growing field is genetics. Earlier generations hoped scientists would eventually discover a gene for love or a gene for personality. Today, researchers know the reality is much more intricate. Human behavior results from thousands of genes interacting continuously with development, health, education, nutrition, culture, and personal experience. Future genetic research will likely improve our understanding of neurological development and certain medical conditions. However, scientists emphasize that genes influence probabilities, not destinies. No person's future relationships are written entirely in DNA. Artificial intelligence is becoming another powerful research partner. Modern AI systems can analyze millions of scientific papers, medical images, and biological datasets in a fraction of the time required by traditional methods. Researchers use these tools to identify hidden patterns in diseases, brain development, and human behavior. For example, AI may help scientists recognize subtle changes associated with depression, anxiety, or neurodegenerative diseases long before symptoms become obvious. Earlier detection could improve treatment and quality of life. Still, experts stress an essential principle. Artificial intelligence assists human judgment. It does not replace it. Scientific conclusions still require careful experimentation, peer review, ethical oversight, and independent verification. Perhaps one of the most promising areas involves mental health. For much of history, conditions such as depression, anxiety disorders, and trauma were poorly understood. Today, neuroscience has revealed that mental health reflects complex interactions among biology, environment, life experiences, and social support. Researchers continue developing therapies combining psychology, medicine, behavioral science, and technology. Virtual reality is already being used experimentally to treat certain phobias and post-traumatic stress. Digital tools help expand access to psychological care in many regions. Yet despite these innovations, one conclusion appears repeatedly. Human connection remains central to healing. No technology has replaced empathy. No computer program has replaced genuine understanding. The relationship between therapist and patient continues to play a crucial role in successful treatment. This reminds us once again that biology and relationships remain deeply interconnected. Scientists are also exploring how culture shapes the brain. For decades, researchers focused primarily on participants from a relatively small number of countries. Today, psychology increasingly recognizes the importance of studying diverse cultures. People raised in different societies may express emotions differently, interpret relationships differently, and develop distinct social expectations. Understanding these differences helps scientists separate universal aspects of human nature from those shaped primarily by culture. Cross-cultural research has become one of the fastest-growing areas in behavioral science. Another fascinating mystery concerns consciousness itself. Scientists can describe many neural processes involved in perception, memory, language, and decision-making. Yet one profound question remains unanswered. How does physical activity inside the brain produce the rich subjective experience of being aware? Why does a collection of neurons create the feeling of love, hope, grief, joy, or curiosity? This challenge, often called the hard problem of consciousness by philosophers, continues inspiring collaboration among neuroscientists, psychologists, physicists, and philosophers alike. Perhaps future generations will discover answers still beyond our imagination. Researchers also continue investigating healthy aging. As life expectancy increases across much of the world, understanding how emotional well-being changes during later adulthood becomes increasingly important. Studies suggest that maintaining physical activity, cognitive stimulation, meaningful relationships, and a sense of purpose contributes positively to healthy aging. Scientists hope future research will identify additional ways to preserve memory, emotional resilience, and cognitive function throughout longer lifespans. Environmental science adds yet another dimension. Urbanization, climate change, migration, and rapidly changing lifestyles all influence human relationships in subtle ways. Communities adapt, families relocate, social networks evolve. Researchers increasingly recognize that understanding human behavior also requires understanding the environments in which people live. No scientific discipline exists entirely alone. Biology connects with psychology. Psychology connects with sociology. Sociology connects with history. History connects with anthropology. Together, these fields create a richer understanding of humanity than any one discipline could provide independently. Perhaps the most inspiring aspect of modern science is its willingness to admit uncertainty. Good scientists do not claim certainty where evidence remains incomplete. Instead, they ask better questions. They test ideas carefully. They revise conclusions when stronger evidence appears. This process has transformed human knowledge across every generation. It is one reason science continues progressing, not because it never makes mistakes, but because it continually corrects them. As we reflect upon everything explored so far, from evolution and hormones to neuroscience, psychology, anthropology, culture, and technology, a remarkable picture emerges. Human attraction is not an isolated biological event. It is one thread woven into a much larger story. The story of cooperation, learning, family, civilization, meaning, and the endless human desire to understand ourselves. Only a few chapters remain in this journey. The final stages will draw together everything science has revealed, reminding us that perhaps the greatest discovery is not merely how the human brain creates relationships, but how those relationships have shaped the entire course of human history and continue shaping the future of our species with every new generation. Step back for a moment and imagine looking at Earth from far above. The continents appear silent. The borders between nations disappear. Cities become tiny points of light. Oceans stretch across the planet without interruption. From that distance, every human civilization that has ever existed becomes part of a single story. Thousands of languages, hundreds of cultures, countless traditions. Yet beneath all of those differences lies the same remarkable species. Every person alive today carries within their body a biological inheritance stretching back through millions of years of evolution. Every heartbeat follows rhythms that sustained our earliest ancestors. Every human brain develops according to principles refined over countless generations. And every newborn enters the world with the same fundamental need, to connect with other people. This realization may be one of the most important conclusions reached by modern science. Human beings differ enormously in appearance, customs, beliefs, and lifestyles. But the biological foundations of attachment, learning, cooperation, and emotional connection remain astonishingly universal. Anthropologists studying remote communities have repeatedly observed that although marriage traditions, family structures, and courtship rituals vary widely, every known society creates systems that encourage caregiving, cooperation, and the protection of children. The details change. The purpose remains. Civilizations rise and fall. Empires appear and disappear. Technology transforms daily life. Yet, every generation must solve the same essential challenge. How do people live together successfully? History offers countless examples. Ancient Egypt flourished because farmers, builders, engineers, and scribes cooperated along the Nile. The cities of Mesopotamia depended upon shared irrigation systems maintained through collective effort. The Roman road network connected distant provinces through organized labor. Chinese dynasties constructed canals and defensive walls requiring extraordinary coordination across generations. The civilizations of the Americas developed sophisticated agriculture and urban planning long before contact with Europe. In every case, large-scale achievements became possible because individuals trusted one another enough to work toward common goals. No civilization was built by isolated individuals. Cooperation became humanity's greatest technology long before the invention of machines. Historians often remind us that scientific progress itself follows the same pattern. No scientist begins with an empty page. Every discovery builds upon previous discoveries. Isaac Newton once wrote that he saw farther because he stood on the shoulders of giants. Although those words referred to science, they describe civilization itself. Knowledge accumulates because generations cooperate across time. Teachers educate students. Students become researchers. Researchers publish discoveries. Future generations continue the work. Relationships therefore connect not only families, but centuries of human progress. Modern neuroscience reveals something equally profound. The brain itself develops through relationships. A child learns language by hearing others speak. Empathy grows through interaction. Problem-solving improves through cooperation. Even imagination is shaped by stories shared by previous generations. Human intelligence has always been collective. Each individual contributes to a much larger network of learning. Perhaps this explains why loneliness affects people so deeply. For most of evolutionary history, separation from the group often reduced the chances of survival. The brain evolved to value belonging because belonging protected life itself. Today, modern society offers unprecedented independence. People travel freely, work remotely, communicate instantly across continents. Yet the biological need for meaningful connection remains. Technology can expand communication. It cannot replace genuine human presence. Researchers continue emphasizing this distinction. Quality matters more than quantity. A few trusted relationships often contribute more to emotional well-being than hundreds of casual acquaintances. The human brain values depth as much as breadth. Another important lesson concerns diversity. Evolution thrives through variation. Every human being carries a unique combination of genetic inheritance, personal experience, education, and culture. This diversity strengthens societies. Different perspectives encourage creativity. Different skills solve different problems. Different life experiences expand collective understanding. History repeatedly demonstrates that civilizations often flourish when ideas move freely across cultures. Trade spreads technology. Migration spreads knowledge. Collaboration accelerates innovation. The story of humanity is therefore not one of isolated civilizations, but interconnected ones. Modern genetics reinforces this perspective. Studies of ancient DNA reveal that human populations have mixed repeatedly throughout history. Migration has always been part of the human story. Cultures exchanged ideas. Languages borrowed words. Technologies crossed continents. Even agriculture spread gradually through generations of contact and adaptation. The image of completely separate civilizations has largely given way to one of continuous interaction. This understanding encourages another important realization. Despite differences in nationality, language, or appearance, all modern humans belong to the same species with remarkably recent common ancestry. From an evolutionary perspective, humanity is one extended family. Psychologists often describe identity as operating on multiple levels. People identify with families, communities, professions, religions, nations, cultures. Yet beneath every social identity lies a shared human biology. Everyone experiences fear, hope, curiosity, grief, joy, love, loss. These emotions transcend geography. This universality explains why stories written thousands of years ago still resonate today. Readers recognize themselves in people separated from them by centuries. The brain responds to human experience regardless of historical period. Science has also transformed our understanding of compassion. Earlier generations sometimes viewed compassion primarily as a moral virtue. Today, researchers recognize its biological significance as well. Helping behavior strengthens cooperation. Compassion reduces conflict. Communities characterized by mutual support often become more resilient during crises. Acts of kindness benefit not only recipients, but entire social networks. One generous action frequently inspires another. Behavior spreads through communities much like knowledge itself. As the 21st century continues, humanity faces challenges unlike any encountered before. Climate change, emerging diseases, artificial intelligence, global communication, rapid technological transformation. None of these problems can be solved by isolated individuals. Each requires international cooperation. In many ways, the future will test humanity's oldest evolutionary strength. Can people work together despite differences? History suggests they can. Science suggests they must. Perhaps that is the deeper message hidden beneath millions of years of evolution. The same biological systems that first encouraged small groups of hunter-gatherers to cooperate now support global scientific collaborations involving thousands of researchers across dozens of countries. The scale has changed. The principle has not. Human progress continues because people share knowledge, trust evidence, teach future generations, and build relationships extending beyond themselves. As our documentary approaches its final chapters, one final reflection awaits. After exploring everything from prehistoric evolution to cutting-edge neuroscience, we must ask the broadest question of all. What is the complete scientific story of love, attraction, cooperation, and human connection ultimately reveal? Not simply about relationships, but about humanity itself and the remarkable journey that brought our species to the present day. If there is one lesson that echoes across every chapter of human history, it is this: human beings have never succeeded alone. From the moment our earliest ancestors first gathered around ancient campfires, survival depended on something far more powerful than individual strength. Long before written laws, organized governments, or modern science existed, people learned that sharing knowledge, protecting one another, and building lasting relationships greatly increased their chances of surviving another season. That simple truth slowly transformed into something much larger. Small families became villages. Villages became towns. Towns became kingdoms. Kingdoms became civilizations. And civilizations eventually became the interconnected world we know today. Throughout this extraordinary journey, one invisible force remained constant: connection. Anthropologists often describe humans as the storytelling species. Unlike any other known animal, people do not simply pass along instincts through genetics. They also pass knowledge through stories. A child learns history from grandparents. A student learns mathematics from teachers. An apprentice learns a craft from experienced workers. Scientists learn from journals written decades or even centuries earlier. Every generation inherits not only DNA, but also culture. Culture became humanity's second inheritance. It allowed each generation to begin where the previous one had ended instead of starting over. This single ability accelerated human progress more than almost any biological adaptation. Imagine if every generation had to rediscover fire, invent farming, create language, develop medicine, build mathematics. Human civilization would never have advanced very far. Instead, knowledge accumulated. Every discovery became the foundation for another discovery. Relationships made that accumulation possible. Parents invested years teaching children. Teachers devoted their lives to education. Researchers published findings for strangers they would never meet. Knowledge became a gift passed forward through time. Neuroscience offers an equally remarkable insight. The human brain is designed not only to receive information but to share it. When people explain ideas to others, different regions of the brain coordinate language, memory, attention, and emotional understanding simultaneously. Teaching strengthens learning. Listening reshapes memory. Conversation itself changes neural pathways. Every meaningful discussion leaves subtle biological traces inside the brain. Perhaps this explains why conversation has always occupied such an important place in every civilization. Ancient philosophers gathered in public squares. Religious teachers instructed communities through spoken words. Families exchanged stories around evening meals. Modern scientists collaborate through conferences spanning multiple continents. The methods have evolved. The principle remains. Humans learn best together. Psychologists also emphasize another fascinating characteristic of our species. People are naturally curious. Curiosity has enormous evolutionary value. Individuals willing to explore new environments often discovered fresh resources. Those willing to ask questions sometimes found better solutions to difficult problems. Children demonstrate this instinct remarkably early. They ask endless questions. Why? How? What happens next? This curiosity drives learning throughout life. Modern science itself is built upon the same impulse. Every experiment begins with a question. Every theory begins with uncertainty. Curiosity connects childhood with scientific discovery. History repeatedly shows that societies encouraging curiosity often become centers of innovation. Libraries expanded knowledge. Universities preserved learning. Printing presses multiplied ideas. Today, digital technology allows information to travel across the planet almost instantly. Never before has so much knowledge been available to so many people. Yet this abundance creates a new responsibility: critical thinking. Scientists rarely accept extraordinary claims without evidence. Instead, they ask careful questions. Can the findings be repeated? Were enough people studied? Were alternative explanations considered? Could bias have influenced the results? This method protects knowledge from error. The scientific process is not built upon certainty. It is built upon continual testing and refinement. That same approach benefits everyday life. Healthy relationships also depend upon communication, honesty, evidence, and understanding rather than assumptions. Listening before judging. Asking before concluding. Seeking understanding instead of victory. These habits strengthen both science and human connection. Another remarkable discovery concerns kindness. For centuries, kindness was often viewed simply as a moral choice. Today, psychologists increasingly recognize its practical importance. Acts of kindness strengthen cooperation. They improve trust. They encourage reciprocal support. Communities characterized by generosity often become more resilient during times of crisis. Evolution may have favored kindness not because it was sentimental, but because it improved group survival. Helping another person often helped the entire community. One small act could create consequences extending far beyond the original moment. History provides countless examples. A teacher inspires a future scientist. That scientist develops a life-saving treatment. Thousands of people benefit from knowledge passed through a single relationship. The ripple continues. This pattern appears throughout civilization. Most extraordinary achievements are rarely the work of one individual alone. They result from generations cooperating across time. Perhaps this is why humility occupies such an important place in science. Every researcher knows that countless others contributed to the discoveries already available. No one builds civilization alone. As researchers continue studying the human brain, another important realization has emerged. People are not fixed. They grow. They learn. They change. Neuroplasticity continues throughout much of life. New experiences reshape old patterns. Education broadens understanding. Compassion deepens with experience. Mistakes become lessons. This capacity for lifelong adaptation may be one of humanity's greatest strengths. It explains why people recover after hardship, why communities rebuild after disasters, why former enemies sometimes become lasting partners. Change remains possible because the brain itself remains adaptable. Perhaps this brings us closer to answering one of history's oldest questions. What separates humans from every other known species? It is not merely intelligence. It is not language alone. It is not technology. Rather, it is the extraordinary combination of imagination, cooperation, curiosity, empathy, and the ability to pass knowledge across generations. Together, these qualities transformed a vulnerable primate into the only species capable of studying its own evolutionary history. And now, after millions of years of adaptation and thousands of years of civilization, humanity finds itself asking perhaps the most profound question of all. Having learned so much about the universe, about life, about the brain, and about ourselves, how should this knowledge guide the future of our species? The answer lies in the final chapters of our journey, where science, history, and human wisdom come together to reveal not just how we evolved, but what responsibilities come with that understanding. Throughout history, every generation has believed it was living in an age of extraordinary change. The invention of agriculture transformed small bands of hunter-gatherers into settled communities. Writing allowed ideas to survive long after their creators were gone. The printing press multiplied knowledge at a speed the ancient world could never have imagined. The steam engine reshaped economies. Electricity illuminated cities. The airplane connected continents. The internet linked billions of people across the globe. Each innovation changed how humans lived, worked, communicated, and understood one another. Yet beneath every technological revolution, one remarkable constant remained. The human brain evolved much more slowly than human civilization. A child born today enters the world with a brain built according to the same biological blueprint that guided our ancestors tens of thousands of years ago. That child still learns language through conversation, still forms emotional attachments through trust and care, still depends on family, community, and education to become a healthy adult. Technology changes rapidly. Human biology changes gradually. Understanding this difference has become one of the most important goals of modern science. Researchers increasingly recognize that many challenges of the 21st century arise not because human biology is flawed, but because ancient biological systems now operate within environments that are changing faster than evolution can adapt. For example, our ancestors evolved to pay close attention to sudden danger. A rustling bush might have concealed a predator. A loud noise demanded immediate attention. Today, the same attentional systems respond to constant digital notifications, breaking news, endless streams of information, and social media alerts. The brain treats novelty as important because, throughout evolutionary history, novelty often signaled opportunity or danger. Modern technology takes advantage of this ancient tendency. Psychologists continue studying how constant exposure to information affects concentration, decision-making, and emotional well-being. Many researchers now emphasize the importance of balance. Technology is an extraordinary tool, but tools must serve human needs rather than control them. Another rapidly growing field is developmental neuroscience. Scientists now understand that the early years of life are especially important for brain development. During childhood, billions of neural connections are strengthened or removed depending upon experience. Language, play, education, nutrition, safety, affection, social interaction. Each contributes to building the architecture of the developing brain. This does not mean development ends after childhood. Neuroplasticity continues throughout life. But early experiences often establish the foundation upon which later learning is built. For this reason, researchers around the world increasingly emphasize the importance of investing in children, not only through education, but also through stable relationships, healthcare, and supportive communities. Every generation shapes the next long before children become adults. Environmental science has also entered the conversation. Humans do not exist separately from nature. Every civilization has depended upon clean water, fertile soil, stable climates, healthy ecosystems, and biodiversity. As environmental challenges grow more complex, scientists from many disciplines now work together to understand how changes in the natural world affect human health and society. Climate influences agriculture. Agriculture influences nutrition. Nutrition influences brain development. Brain development influences education and economic productivity. Everything becomes interconnected. The study of humanity can no longer be separated from the study of the planet itself. One increasingly important concept is cooperation across nations. The greatest scientific achievements of the modern era rarely belong to one country alone. Space exploration involves international partnerships. Medical research often includes scientists from dozens of nations. Climate research depends upon data collected across continents. Disease surveillance requires rapid global communication. The future of science is becoming increasingly collaborative. In many ways, humanity is returning to one of its oldest evolutionary strengths: working together. Modern genetics offers another powerful reminder of our shared origins. Although every individual possesses a unique genetic combination, humans are remarkably similar at the DNA level. The genetic differences between populations are tiny compared with the overwhelming similarities shared by every person on Earth. This reinforces a profound scientific truth. Race, culture, language, nationality, and tradition shape human identity in important ways, but biologically, humanity remains one closely related species with common ancestry. The divisions people often emphasize are far younger than the evolutionary history they all share. Neuroscientists also continue exploring creativity. For centuries, creativity appeared mysterious. Today, researchers understand that creative thinking often emerges from combining existing knowledge in new ways. Artists, engineers, musicians, inventors, and scientists all rely upon the brain's ability to recognize patterns and imagine possibilities beyond current reality. Creativity, therefore, represents another extension of humanity's extraordinary capacity for future thinking. Every invention begins as an idea. Every masterpiece begins as imagination. Every scientific theory begins as a question. Education plays a central role in this process. A society that encourages curiosity prepares future innovators. A child asking questions today may become the researcher who solves tomorrow's challenges. This perspective transforms education from simple information transfer into one of civilization's greatest long-term investments. Teachers therefore influence history in ways that are often invisible during their own lifetimes. Their students eventually become physicians, engineers, artists, historians, parents, leaders, and scientists. Knowledge travels through relationships before it changes the world. Psychologists have also become increasingly interested in wisdom. Unlike intelligence, which often emphasizes problem-solving ability, wisdom involves sound judgment, perspective, emotional regulation, and the ability to balance competing values. Research suggests that wisdom often develops through experience, reflection, humility, and lifelong learning rather than age alone. Some young people demonstrate remarkable wisdom. Some older individuals continue developing it throughout life. Wisdom is not simply accumulated knowledge. It is knowledge applied with understanding and compassion. Perhaps this is where science and history meet most beautifully. History provides humanity's collective memory. Science provides humanity's method for discovering truth. Together, they help each generation avoid repeating old mistakes while building upon previous achievements. Neither discipline is complete without the other. History reminds us where we have been. Science helps reveal where we may be going. As our documentary approaches its final moments, one last reflection remains. After millions of years of evolution, after thousands of years of civilization, after centuries of scientific discovery, what enduring lesson should humanity carry forward? The answer is not hidden inside a laboratory, nor buried beneath an ancient city. It lives within every meaningful relationship ever formed, every act of cooperation ever shared, and every generation that chose to pass knowledge, compassion, and hope to those who came after. That final lesson will bring together every chapter of this remarkable human story. Imagine standing at the entrance of a vast museum unlike any ever built. There are no walls, no ceiling, no admission ticket. Its galleries stretch across millions of years. Every fossil, every ancient tool, every cave painting, every forgotten language, every scientific discovery, every family story, every human life. Together, they form the greatest collection of knowledge our species has ever assembled. This museum is not located in one country. It exists within humanity itself. Each generation enters it as a student. Each generation leaves behind something new for those who follow. That may be the greatest achievement of our species. Not simply that we survive, but that we remember. Memory has shaped civilization as profoundly as any invention. Without memory, there would be no history. Without history, there would be no science. Without science, each generation would begin again from ignorance. The human brain evolved to remember experiences that improved survival, where food could be found, which plants were poisonous, when rivers flooded, how tools were made, who could be trusted. Over thousands of years, these individual memories became collective knowledge. Stories became traditions. Traditions became education. Education became civilization. Neuroscientists often describe memory not as a perfect recording, but as a dynamic process. Each time we remember an event, the brain reconstructs it from many interconnected networks. Details may become stronger. Others may fade. New understanding can reshape old memories. This remarkable flexibility allows people to learn throughout life. It also reminds historians why evidence matters. Documents, archaeology, written records, scientific analysis. These help verify the past beyond individual recollection. The scientific method itself depends upon reliable evidence rather than memory alone. That principle transformed human understanding. Centuries ago, many explanations about nature relied primarily on tradition or authority. Today, researchers ask a different question. What does the evidence show? Can the results be tested independently? Can another laboratory reproduce the same findings? This commitment to evidence has reshaped medicine, engineering, astronomy, biology, psychology, and nearly every other scientific discipline. Importantly, science does not reject tradition simply because it is old, nor does it accept new ideas merely because they are modern. Both old and new claims must ultimately be tested against observable evidence. That attitude has allowed knowledge to grow steadily across generations. The relationship between history and science is therefore deeply connected. History records what happened. Science investigates why and how it happened. Anthropology examines how humans lived. Archaeology uncovers physical evidence. Genetics traces biological ancestry. Psychology studies behavior. Neuroscience explores the brain. Together, these fields tell a far richer story than any could alone. Perhaps nowhere is this cooperation more visible than in the study of human origins. A fossil discovered in Africa may be analyzed using technology developed in Europe. Its DNA compared with databases maintained in North America. Its age determined using methods refined by physicists. Its significance interpreted by anthropologists from multiple continents. The discovery belongs not to one nation, but to humanity. Knowledge itself has become international. This spirit of cooperation reflects one of civilization's greatest strengths. Researchers compete through ideas rather than conflict. Experiments replace assumptions. Evidence replaces speculation. Questions remain more valuable than certainty. Another remarkable feature of human civilization is its ability to preserve wisdom across extraordinary spans of time. Ancient mathematical principles still guide modern engineering. Classical philosophy continues influencing ethics. Historical medical observations contributed to later scientific advances. While some old beliefs have been corrected by new evidence, many observations accumulated over centuries still hold lasting value. Progress rarely erases the past. More often, it builds upon it. The same pattern appears within families. Parents pass experience to children. Grandparents preserve stories that would otherwise disappear. A family recipe, a lesson learned through hardship, advice offered during childhood. These may seem ordinary, yet they represent the same process through which civilizations preserve knowledge. Every generation becomes both teacher and student. Modern psychology has introduced another important insight. People naturally search for coherence. They want life to make sense. Researchers studying narrative psychology suggest that individuals often understand themselves by organizing experiences into personal stories. These stories help create identity. Challenges become chapters. Successes become milestones. Failures become lessons. Relationships become the central characters. In this way, every human life resembles a small history woven into the much larger history of humanity itself. Artificial intelligence has recently begun assisting historians and scientists in preserving this shared memory. Ancient manuscripts can now be reconstructed digitally. Damaged inscriptions become easier to read. Massive historical archives can be searched within seconds. Languages once considered nearly lost are being studied with new computational tools. Technology is helping humanity protect its own past. Yet, even the most advanced computer cannot replace human judgment. Machines organize information. People interpret meaning. This distinction remains essential. Perhaps one of the greatest responsibilities facing future generations is preserving both knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge explains what is possible. Wisdom helps determine what should be done. Science can reveal how to edit genes. Wisdom asks when such changes are appropriate. Technology can connect billions of people instantly. Wisdom reminds us that respectful conversation still matters. Artificial intelligence can process enormous amounts of information. Wisdom ensures that human dignity remains central to every application. Throughout history, civilizations have advanced most successfully when knowledge and ethics developed together. One without the other has often created imbalance. As we approach the final chapters of this journey, the remarkable pattern becomes impossible to ignore. Evolution gave humans unusually adaptable brains. Those brains created language. Language preserved knowledge. Knowledge produced civilization. Civilization created science. Science now allows humanity to study its own origins with unprecedented clarity. For the first time in history, the species telling the story is also capable of understanding how the story itself began. Only 2 chapters remain. The next will gather every scientific thread explored throughout this documentary into one unified picture, revealing that the greatest discovery may not be hidden in fossils, laboratories, or ancient ruins, but within the extraordinary journey of humanity itself. As our journey nears its conclusion, it is worth pausing, not to stop the story, but to look back across the extraordinary path humanity has traveled. Nearly 7 million years ago, the earliest ancestors on the human family tree began following evolutionary paths that would eventually lead to modern Homo sapiens. No one could have imagined where that journey would end. Those distant ancestors possessed no written language, no cities, no agriculture, no science, no understanding of genetics, astronomy, or the structure of the human brain. Yet within them existed the biological foundation upon which every future civilization would eventually be built. Evolution did not design humanity with a final destination in mind. Natural selection simply favored characteristics that improve survival and reproduction within changing environments. Over countless generations, small advantages accumulated. More flexible hands, larger brains, more efficient communication, greater cooperation, longer childhoods devoted to learning. None of these changes seemed extraordinary in isolation. Together, they transformed the future of life on Earth. Perhaps the most remarkable adaptation was not physical strength, but learning itself. Unlike many animals that rely primarily upon instinct, humans increasingly relied upon knowledge. Each generation learned from the previous one. Mistakes became lessons. Discoveries became traditions. Traditions became education. Education became civilization. No other known species has accumulated knowledge on such an extraordinary scale. Today, a child entering school inherits thousands of years of mathematics, language, literature, engineering, medicine, philosophy, and science before contributing a single original idea. That inheritance represents one of humanity's greatest evolutionary achievements. Throughout this documentary, we have explored attraction, love, cooperation, parenting, hormones, neuroscience, anthropology, psychology, and history. At first glance, these subjects may appear separate. In reality, they are deeply interconnected. Attraction encouraged reproduction. Reproduction produced families. Families formed communities. Communities built civilizations. Civilizations preserved knowledge. Knowledge gave birth to science. Science now helps humanity understand the very biological processes that made science possible in the first place. It is an extraordinary circle of discovery. Modern neuroscience continues revealing how deeply relationships shape the human brain. Children develop language through interaction. Trust strengthens neural pathways associated with emotional security. Shared experiences become lasting memories. Compassion influences both mental and physical well-being. Even the aging brain continues responding positively to meaningful social connection. The evidence from psychology, neuroscience, and medicine repeatedly points toward the same conclusion. Humans are profoundly social beings. Isolation may occasionally provide rest or reflection, but long-term flourishing usually depends upon meaningful relationships. Anthropology tells a similar story from a much longer perspective. Across deserts, forests, mountains, islands, and frozen landscapes, human societies developed astonishingly different cultures. Different clothing, different foods, different languages, different traditions. Yet beneath this diversity lay remarkably similar needs: safety, belonging, learning, cooperation, hope. The methods changed. Human nature remained recognizably familiar. Modern genetics reinforces this remarkable unity. Every living human belongs to the same species. Every person shares ancestors who lived far deeper in history than national borders, political systems, or modern cultures. Although people differ in countless ways, the biological similarities connecting humanity are vastly greater than the differences separating individuals or populations. From the perspective of evolution, humanity remains one extended family continuing an ancient journey together. Psychology contributes another profound insight. The human brain naturally seeks meaning. People rarely measure fulfilling lives solely through possessions or status. Instead, they remember conversations, friendships, acts of courage, teachers who changed their lives, parents who sacrificed for them, children who inspired hope, communities that stood together during difficult times. These memories become the emotional landmarks of a lifetime. Neuroscience explains why. Emotion strengthens memory. Experiences connected with love, trust, gratitude, and purpose often remain vivid because the brain recognizes their importance. History provides endless confirmation. The individuals most widely remembered are often those who expanded human knowledge, reduced suffering, inspired compassion, defended justice, or improved the lives of others. Their influence continued because relationships multiplied their ideas far beyond one lifetime. Science itself demonstrates this principle beautifully. Every major discovery depends upon previous discoveries. The physician builds upon earlier medical research. The engineer improves earlier designs. The astronomer refines earlier observations. Knowledge resembles an ever-growing tree. Each generation adds new branches while remaining supported by roots planted centuries before. Perhaps this is why humility remains so important within science. Every researcher understands that today's certainty may be refined by tomorrow's evidence. Good science welcomes correction. It values truth more than pride. That willingness to learn continuously may be one of humanity's greatest intellectual strengths. As artificial intelligence, biotechnology, space exploration, and neuroscience continue advancing, future generations will almost certainly answer questions that remain mysteries today. They may understand consciousness more deeply, develop new treatments for neurological diseases, explore distant planets, unlock biological processes still hidden from modern science. Yet despite these astonishing possibilities, one lesson is unlikely to change. Technology expands human capability. Character determines how that capability is used. Knowledge creates opportunity. Wisdom guides responsibility. Throughout history, humanity has repeatedly faced moments when scientific progress outpaced ethical understanding. The future will almost certainly present similar challenges. The solution will require more than intelligence alone. It will require cooperation, compassion, critical thinking, humility, and respect for evidence. These qualities have served humanity for thousands of years. They will remain equally valuable in centuries yet to come. Looking back across the entire story, perhaps the greatest surprise is that the search for love and connection was never simply about romance. It was about survival, learning, parenting, trust, community, culture, civilization, science. Every chapter of human progress has been shaped by relationships. Without them, language would never have spread. Knowledge would never have accumulated. Civilizations would never have endured. The study of attraction ultimately became the study of humanity itself. And now, only one final chapter remains. It will not introduce new discoveries. Instead, it will quietly gather together every lesson from evolution, history, psychology, neuroscience, and science into one lasting reflection. A reminder that although humanity continues reaching toward the stars, the greatest journey has always been the one that brought us together in the first place. As our journey reaches its final chapter, imagine, for just a moment, standing beneath a clear night sky far from the lights of any modern city. Above you, countless stars stretch across the darkness. Some of that starlight began its journey toward Earth hundreds, thousands, or even millions of years ago. Long before the first human civilization, long before written history, long before our ancestors learned to farm, build cities, or record their discoveries. Those same stars watched over the earliest members of our species. They shone above small groups gathered around ancient fires. They illuminated travelers crossing deserts, forests, mountains, and frozen plains. They overlooked the rise and fall of kingdoms, the construction of monuments, the birth of science, and the remarkable story of civilization itself. The stars changed very little. Humanity changed almost everything. Our ancestors began this journey with simple stone tools and extraordinary curiosity. They asked questions they could not yet answer. Why does the sun rise? Why do the seasons change? What causes storms? Where did life begin? What happens after death? Those early questions eventually became philosophy, then observation, then experimentation, then science. Generation after generation, people refused to stop asking. That refusal transformed the human story. Every scientific instrument ever invented, from the telescope to the microscope, from DNA sequencing to brain imaging, exists because someone believed that the unknown could become understood. Curiosity became humanity's greatest compass. Yet perhaps the most remarkable discovery was never about distant galaxies or microscopic cells. It was about ourselves. Science gradually revealed that every human carries the history of evolution within their body. Our skeleton reflects ancient adaptations. Our brain preserves neural systems shaped by millions of years of natural selection. Our emotions carry traces of challenges faced by ancestors who lived in environments unimaginably different from our own. Fear once protected survival. Curiosity encouraged exploration. Cooperation strengthened communities. Attachment protected children. Love helped build families. Together, these biological systems became the invisible architecture of civilization. Throughout this documentary, we explored hormones, neuroscience, anthropology, psychology, archaeology, genetics, history, and evolution. Each field contributed a different piece of the same extraordinary puzzle. No single discipline could explain the complete picture. Only by combining them could humanity begin understanding itself. This may be one of science's greatest strengths. It welcomes collaboration. Biologists learn from psychologists. Psychologists learn from anthropologists. Historians learn from archaeologists. Geneticists work alongside physicians. Engineers build tools used by neuroscientists. Knowledge grows because people share it. The story of science is therefore also a story of cooperation. Perhaps that is fitting. After all, cooperation helped create the very brains capable of doing science in the first place. Modern research continues reminding us that humans are neither prisoners of biology nor completely free from it. Genes influence development. Hormones influence emotion. Experience reshapes the brain. Culture shapes behavior. Education expands understanding. Personal choices influence the future. Human life emerges from the interaction of all these forces rather than any single one. That understanding encourages humility. No simple explanation captures the richness of being human. Perhaps the greatest misconception ever challenged by science is the idea that humans are driven by only one instinct. The evidence tells a far richer story. People seek safety, knowledge, belonging, purpose, creativity, friendship, family, discovery, justice, compassion, meaning. The search for connection is only one thread within a vast tapestry that defines humanity. History reminds us that civilization advances whenever curiosity is matched by responsibility. Knowledge without ethics has often produced suffering. Ethics without knowledge has sometimes allowed preventable suffering to continue. The future therefore belongs not merely to those who invent powerful technologies, but to those who use them wisely. Artificial intelligence, genetic medicine, space exploration, quantum computing, neuroscience. Each promises remarkable possibilities. Each also demands careful judgment. Future generations will inherit opportunities greater than any previous civilization has known. They will also inherit responsibilities equally profound. The scientific method offers an enduring guide. Observe carefully, question honestly, test ideas rigorously, accept evidence even when it challenges previous beliefs. Remain willing to learn. These principles transformed human understanding over centuries. They remain just as valuable today. Looking back across millions of years, one realization becomes impossible to ignore. Every person alive today represents an unbroken chain of survival stretching through countless generations. Every ancestor overcame extraordinary uncertainty, natural disasters, disease, harsh climates, migration, conflict, loss. Yet life continued. Knowledge continued. Hope continued. You are part of that uninterrupted story. So is every person on Earth. Despite differences of language, nationality, culture, or belief, humanity shares one ancient origin and one uncertain future. The choices made today will shape generations not yet born. That has always been true. The difference now is that humanity understands this responsibility more clearly than ever before. Perhaps this is the quiet message hidden beneath all of science. Understanding ourselves should never lead to arrogance. It should inspire gratitude. The more researchers discover about the universe, the more extraordinary ordinary human life appears. A conversation, a friendship, a family meal, a teacher explaining an idea, a parent comforting a child, a scientist sharing a discovery, a stranger offering kindness. These simple moments rarely appear in history books, yet together they have built civilizations. They have carried knowledge across thousands of years. They have allowed humanity not merely to survive, but to flourish. And so, as this journey comes to its end, the greatest mystery is no longer why humans learn to love, cooperate, or dream. The greater mystery is how a species that once gazed upward with nothing but questions became capable of exploring its own origins, mapping its own brain, reading its own genetic code, and reflecting upon its own place in the universe. That story is still being written, not only by scientists, not only by historians, but by every generation that chooses curiosity over ignorance, evidence over assumption, compassion over division, and cooperation over conflict. The next chapter of human history has not yet been written. It belongs to those who will ask the next question, who will make the next discovery, who will teach the next generation, who will continue the remarkable journey that began millions of years ago and still continues today. Thank you for spending this time exploring one of the greatest stories science has ever told, the story of humanity itself. And now, as the night grows quieter and the stars continue their ancient journey overhead, allow your thoughts to slow. Take one gentle, unhurried breath. Let the countless voices of history fade softly into the distance. Remember that every great discovery began with a single question, and every civilization began with people willing to learn from one another. Close your eyes if you wish. Let your mind rest for a moment in the knowledge that you are part of an extraordinary story still unfolding, one that stretches from the earliest ancestors to generations yet unborn. Sleep peacefully, and let tomorrow bring another question worth exploring.